My numbers are funny. I'm firing myself.
They have their personality.
Like 1B.
And 1G.
Your boss is not happy with you this morning. Gosh. Terrible.
It took me a few seconds to compute. Next is what? Square or triangle?
If you had some things I got to see.
You're the artist.
But the first rule of early childhood education in art is never introduce the young artists.
Oh yeah?
Me, young
Ah. Ta maman? No. Look at her. No. You think you'll have something?
Je pense que ça se fera probablement pas. Non, mais c'est combien tu te charges? Parce que là, pour magasiner ça, ma mère, elle a une table qui est présentée, là. Elle avait changé sa tour.
OK.
Il faut que ça se fasse là, parce qu'elle a un spécial.
Peux-tu m'envoyer les specs? Faudrait qu'elle m'envoie les specs par courriel.
Ok,
moi, checker.
peux-tu envoyer les specs par courriel à Angèle, tous les détails de ton ordi, puis ça va être elle qui va être capable de te dire ça.
Moi, je vais regarder avec Merrick.
Elle va regarder par courriel. Tu envoies ça, là, tous les détails que lui t'a donnés. Ouais.
Ou par Messenger, ça peut être Messenger.
Ça peut être aussi Messenger, Facebook, si t'es ami avec Facebook avec elle. Fait
Ben
qu'envoie
oui.
ça sur Facebook. Puis elle va regarder ça avec Méric, là, parce que les autres, moi, quand même, tu me dirais ça, je ne vais pas être capable de t'aider.
Tu peux faire semblant. Ça ne sera pas. Mais ça, la chef, là, pour stocker des vidéos, on va prendre les vidéos rectangles.
Ouais, c'est ça. Ouais, non, mais c'est ça, Angèle, parce que si tu achètes justement, pour faire le travail qu'on a parlé, là, on a juste acheté des disques externes aujourd'hui. Ouais. Puis les plugins sur les différents ordinateurs qu'on a.
C'est là qu'on va enregistrer nos enfants.
Parce qu'elle, elle a juste une tablette.
Ah, parce qu'elle a besoin d'un ordinateur.
Mais t'as-tu besoin, toi, de moi, d'un ordinateur? Mettons, pour toi, là. Elle aime ça dans le fond.
Okay, ben, à ce
C'est
moment-là,
combien
c'est son
que
besoin.
t'as
Hein.
envie, là? Oui, mais sinon, c'est pas genre tabaret.
Il est neuf?
Oui.
Ouais, quand m'envoie les specs, moi, checker. Parce que sinon, à Paris, c'est hors d'hiver. Parce que je prends un
Chez
villager.
Hors qu'elle dit, puis à peu près combien tu penses, Angèle?
Elle va pogner, ben là, je sais pas, c'est des ordi de refurbished.
C'est des ordinateurs
Reconditionnés.
mais ils sont pour 40.
Ils sont spécialisés dans le recyclage d'ordi et d'autres.
Elle va t'envoyer ça.
C'est pour faire quoi? Checker tes courriels, regarder des vidéos?
Beaucoup d'argent pour le tour, sérieux. Et tu n'en as pas vraiment besoin, là. Moi, je te dirais, ben, voici sur Messenger, ça va bien.
Ah, elle peut m'envoyer par courriel, c'est vrai. On peut juste le faire si comme elle l'envoie.
Envoie-le par courriel. Mais moi, je te dirais, moi, je pense que ça va être nécessaire de lutter un peu pour tout garocher. Le premier avant, tu peux vraiment faire quand tu peux parler. Donc, j'ai dit que on va trouver beaucoup d'argent, mais il n'y a pas de quoi ici, c'est beaucoup de nom. Ah, Dieu, beaucoup d'argent.
On te le dit, si on a priorisé, j'ai besoin que quelqu'un paye le site web.
Ouais, parce que si on est
Puis
d'argent,
j'ai comme 600 piastres pour une sorte de prochaine semaine, je l'ai pas. You're funny, darling. I gave you one part about that once. Yeah, I will wait. You gave it to me once, so now a habit was clear. Dis-lui qu'il ne regardera pas avec elle. Je regarderai avec elle comme faut. On va trouver 1200 piastres pour une tour, là. T'as raison, là. C'est important pour que tu là. Parce que si c'est un ordi gamer ou quelque chose dans le même, elle a pas besoin de ça. It's not that it's a scam, but usually they won't necessarily ask enough question and really sell what they need. They would sometimes sell something they have there because I don't remember where I saw it, but there was a chip shortage, a microchip shortage, since 2 years since COVID. Now it's supposedly done, so the parts will start to get back easier now.
C'est ça, juste de fluer par une poche blanche. Je sais pas si ça va cacher.
Yun, dapat kasi sa mga sa malam sa Sabi ko, hindi pa nakata. Hindi, dadang ko dito. Kita ba daw sa Facebook? He likes what?
Because it's cuddly.
Very warm inside my wardrobe. It's funny. Like I didn't think so either. I have a vest with no seat. So I don't like this. I didn't bring it. I'm good for that. I have my this. This is like a magic small. In our brain. No. No, I don't want to play with that one.
If it goes longer, most regularly,
Friends in there, because they're one of those really friends that in home. What fun, right? Home.
you will lay egg.
You want to eat egg? Everything tastes like one thing to the left, and then they look at so if I have to do these hands for a long time and a time, it's like I was used to them. I'm starting to maybe just something else that we can find.
Give them a
Non, j'ai donné hier, j'ai donné lors du coup, c'est une fois par jour. Parce que généralement, tu vas lui donner des graines de chaque fois, on va commencer à manger de canne. Donc, on en donne deux cannes. Ah, c'est pour tourner la moitié, la commande, sans bière. Oui, on va faire le tournant des plats, de faire le enfin, technique. Ça fait un peu, c'est plus ça fait un peu, je m'en reste une fois, pour vraiment me donner.
Oh, is Elsa still over there? No, she's here. Oh. Oh.
I remember.
Good. Yeah. My mom at night, she was even during winter, she was opening the window. Sometimes she had snow on her bed. Yeah, like that, just like this. That's something is sufficient for it to enter. But not like a big pile of snow, but just a little. Was funny.
So in
No, not the morning. I prefer the night.
If you say yes, the best.
And why would it be me in the morning and not you? Okay, one day each. Good. Okay. So could you do tomorrow? I will.
And then the night.
Yeah. I'll do tonight because tomorrow you will do. So I'll do tonight. You'll do tomorrow morning. You'll do tomorrow night, and then I'll do Saturday. Is it good? Okay. You're fresh. You're all fresh, rested.
Guess so. I do feel rested.
I am. Okay.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know you. Yeah, I was something. It was a more bigger. What?
I know.
You woke up, she did you off?
Yeah.
Oh,
But then you had that big blue thing under the too, so.
But I just, think I open the jacket and stuff and I was
Oh, wait.
Yeah, because what I have on now is what I slept with. It was all green like when I put it on last night, so I went to go, I was just gonna get into another level dancing with, and I'm like, what the hell, man, that means I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna put cold clothes on, I was just like, yeah. My sheets, I'm gonna wash them tomorrow, they're all, so who cares, right? I gotta think too, I need like, I always have to shower before I go to bed.
Non, c'est pas 1200 piastres par tout, ton affaire. 780, la tour, 130 le disque dur externe. Mais tu sais, elle n'a pas besoin. Mais c'est chez Best Buy, là, il a envoyé des liens, c'est chez Best Buy. Il a magasiné, il dit, j'ai rien fait chez Bureau en gros, il dit, tiens, chez Best Buy, il y avait pas de sur son téléphone. C'est ça ton courriel, le gars. Fait que, tu sais, non, ça veut pas dire que c'est bon ce qu'il a proposé, mais c'est un resign, c'est aussi fort que mon ordi. C'est aussi fort que l'ordi Work. Fait que, tu sais, si elle fait pas de live, si elle, tu sais, elle écoute un peu de Netflix, tu sais, comme toi, ton ordi, il fait l'affaire en masse, tu sais, ça pourra prendre un ordi comme le tien. Un resign, c'est juste qu'il va toffer plus longtemps, un peu, dans le temps. Fait que, tu sais, les applications, ils évoluent, puis ils sont plus exigeantes, ben, un resign, il est plus fort, et qu'il va toffer un peu plus longtemps. Fait que c'est juste ça, la différence. Fait que, tu sais, non, au pire, elle peut watcher lui, puis un client spécial, plus, elle l'achète. Mais c'était pas 1200. 1200, c'est plus des portables. C'est beau. Ben, c'est 700. Peut-être qu'à mis les taxes. 730 plus 130. Ou 860 plus taxes. Non, ça donne pas 1200. So Susan say, hi Elsa, I hope you are doing well. You still remind of a hummingbird. Yeah, no, Susan, we don't see the day. We cannot do nothing for it because it's too bright. But it's day 20.
Wow.
Si je déchire.
Oh non.
Mais ça faisait un point qu'elle veut.
Ah,
Ils sont chauds, mais pour être plus. Are you live?
Did you bring the stage for? Huh? What time is it?
10:34.
Ah, una gadi wahi che gioco, se vado un sì, signori. Così tanto io c'è. Oh, we know G on Dodgett's going to star, no, not that, Rooney. Years ago, we, what we were all do, go on a go to Guyana, that's the go, and it's gone. So, we're back to the best word that I can use to describe
to welcome the law, the every one of them in its entirety. This is something that is a reality of creation. Everything that we have gone over, identifying everything right from the how physical matter was created, how the law of the uh, cellular division, right up until hearing the creation of the earth, the DNA, the growth of the earth. Clearly, we can see that there is a pattern here, a pattern to life. There is an order to it. We can understand that there is like a common theme from, if you want to say, every generation to the next, or just throughout this this coming together of life, that we can see the order, the structure of it. The only thing that we can, the only thing that we can have the option of is to not comply with it all, is to not be in tune with it. This is the option that the non-native people give themselves. This is the option of democracy, giving you the choice. When you have the belief or the illusion that you have choice, then you are on the scale of positive and negative, you are in the negative. You are destroying. And so we can see that from every throughout everything in creation, that it all comes down to the common denominator of the cellular, of this cellular law that binds all cells together, that were created out of nothing, created out of the dream, to be bound together here in this physical manifestation. So all things within creation are within this order. It's just us that are not within that order. And so this is the reason why the best word that we can use to describe this process is to welcome the law within you, in yourself, in your mind, in your heart, because it's something that is there. It's not something that you got to create. It's not something that you even have to decipher. All you have to do is fit within it. This is the most simplest thing. There is no work that any individual has to do in any generation. All the work has been done for us. All we have to do is comply. Quite simple. Welcome in the law of creation, to comply with creation, that you are not going outside of those laws, that you are not destroying creation in any way, in any part, any way whatsoever. So it's to welcome the law in its entirety. Everything that it is. Now, where you're hearing it, of course, you're hearing this from here. You're not hearing it from anywhere else. Anybody in computer land, well, everybody's on the internet and everybody's looking for something, and whatever is out there, it's not this. You're not hearing this anywhere else out there. And you're not gonna, as you know. But anybody who is not here and hears that we're saying you're not gonna hear this anywhere else, well, those people will say, oh, great law of peace, law of recitals. Oh yeah, we hear this all the time. There's it's all over the place. Is it? Is that true? I mean, to the non-native people, any native person could stand in front of you and say this or that, and it could be the worst person, and you got no idea who that person is or what they're saying to you. You, the non-native, would quite simply have to accept it. But the reality within the original peoples is that no matter how many of our people say that, oh yes, it's there, or we have it, or whatever, the reality is it's a lie. It's not true. It's just not true. Try to find it. Try to find the person or the people who hold law recital, and then see if you can attend their law recital and see what you're going to hear. This is the most that I can say to you, to really find out, to put it to the test, if what you are hearing here, what you're learning, is if it's true or not. I mean, in your heart or whatever, on any level, you can all deduce if something is true or not when you're hearing it. If you believe in it, if it's something that seems familiar to you, then it's believable. And so the the reality is that all peoples are in a schizophrenic state, because one part of us says, yes, we have it, when the reality is that they don't. So this is to identify. Here we identify that it's to welcome it. It's to welcome it into you. It's not that you have to again create it or identify the structure. It's there. So just let the structure enter into you. In this way, you won't have to do any deciphering. You won't have to decide if that native person is telling you the truth about law, or if that other person is telling you the truth, because they're both saying opposite things. So it's how to sort the world out, how for you to understand things to its fullest capacities. And so the best way to understand things is to understand that all of us are in this creation. Not a single one of us has created it. So nobody is going to be able to tell you, no matter how much you may find truth in what you're hearing. The fact is that all of us have preconceived notions, and those preconceived notions, you can think that at any time that you drop your guard on that, but those preconceived notions remain within you, and these things influence your thoughts, influences your decisions. So in the non-native world, you are dealing with, like we've been saying, like a trap in the native world. You know that the native world holds the solution, but there are so many false prophets that people don't even realize that they're on the side of the false prophet. Because today you have people who have grown up in lies and who are convinced that those lies are true, and they perpetuate them into the today, into the here and now. So it's very hard for our own people to be able to sort it out. Look at the divisions that appear to exist in every community. You're a non-native person, you look at the native communities, you will see what appears to be division, but it's not division. What it is that people who, as you hear of the law, people who remove themselves outside of that circle, put themselves outside of it, well, they're on the outside. You would think from your perception, well, there's a native there. You can't tell if they're inside or outside. And here's another native right there. And you can't tell, but they are not together. All you can see is division. There's no division there. When a person decides to kill themselves, there's not a division of the living. Now there is a dead. So there's no division. The living is still living. The dead is dead. And so all of the people who put themselves outside of the circle, outside of law, and again, you don't have to have a policeman ride up behind you, pull over, giving you a ticket. You just broke this law. What law? Well, you didn't uphold your rights, your duties, your obligations to the chieftainship title. Whoa, imagine getting a ticket for that. Usually you get a ticket for something that you do, not for something that you didn't do. Here we get a ticket for something we didn't do, but nobody gives us that ticket. That is something that is recorded in creation, because creation is the one that is this, like if you think of a plug, two ends, that is the one end of it, and it's plugging into us. So creation is the one that's giving us all of this. Creation is the one that's watching us, that's observing us, that is being inflicted by our stupidity. Creation is the one giving us this life, is the one that is going to assess us. We are being assessed constantly. Do we fit into this? Well, if you don't, it's one thing to be knowledgeable about that you have broken law. It's another thing, of course, if you break law and you're not knowledgeable about it, this means that if you're knowledgeable of the law that you broke, that's like the equivalent of these 5-year steps that we take. You look back and you can see, oh, I broke law. Within 5 years, I can correct it. That means every 5 years, whatever is done wrong within a society is corrected. So there is no ongoing corruption in the society. Everything is corrected. But if you, the individual, doesn't know law, don't know you're breaking law, that means everything that you're going to do, you're going to continue to break law. And if you continue to break law, again, nobody comes along and says, you're broken law, unless there is something of a great degree. And it's usually only the chiefs and clan dwellers that you would apply law to. It's not your average person. So what the level of acceptance of law or application, the level of that, it's not dependent on the individual. It's the collective. And you are the collective. You don't need another person to be the collective. You are the collective if you are tapped into that power, that energy that they are given to you. Then you're part of that collective. There is an agreement, a contract, a binding contract that every cell in creation throughout the waterverse is all bound to. There's no written contract. There's nothing that anybody has to say or any cell has to say to the next one. But when we know the process of creation, if we want to live, we're all bound by that process. This is an unwritten contract that we have. It's a non-verbal contract. It's a living contract. The moment you are a part of this living process, you are bound to it. You're bound by it, that law that governs it. If you can't see that there's a law that governs creation, then you're just religious. You're just a religious fool. Because it's only the religious fools that don't see a law in creation, that they only see a law for themselves that empowers them to have power over creation. You're a religious fool. Anyways, when a person makes the decision to break law, now, if you don't know it, well, then it's different. But still, no matter what, if you're breaking something and you don't know you're breaking it, it's still going to break. And therefore, your access to it or the way that you're going to benefit from it is going to change. It's going to alter. You won't benefit from a broken thing. You will benefit from a living thing, a thing that is still functioning. So when a person puts themselves outside of law, they put themselves outside of functioning life. They may still be alive, but they're in a dying process. And this means anybody who is, you don't have to be unhealthy, stricken by some illness to be in a dying process. If your mind is corrupt outside of law and part of destroying creation, you're in a dying process. You're dying. It's a slow, gradual death, but you don't realize that it's a death by 1,000 cuts, but it's you, the individual, cutting yourself. You severed this link right here that's tied or connected to that tree. So you come along and you sever that. And you sever the next one that's connected to that thing. This is what everybody does in the non-native world. They have severed all of their connections. This is death by 1,000 cuts. That's suicide. If you had an electrical wire running from each joint in your body, because it takes power and energy to bend or to contract each joint in your body. It takes power, energy. So let's take an electrical plug from each one, plug it into an outlet. This is what you'll need to see, to know that you are tapped into an energy, that an energy is tapped into you, keeping you alive. And that energy is built up of the cellular division, that law of cellular division. And so you go against cellular division, you go against that law that makes all of us up. No part of it is going to come along and say you're under arrest. What? You will have worked your way out of that. You will have removed yourself from it. So when a person removes themselves from law, they are, for all intents and purposes, dead. This is what we call ramheo. They are dead. This is quite simply the terminology that we've had to use since 1973, since the riots in 73 here causing the split, the break in 74. Ever since then, our terminology for those people, the warrior society, the Christian hats and Lakers, has been ramheo. They are dead. Now, I live in this town with all of them, and all of them are the dead. Now, whether they know or not that I call them that, I'm pretty sure they all know that, because everybody knows we're completely separate from them. And I call them that all the time, ramheo. I say what the truth is to their faces. I say it all the time. So the reality is that nobody here in Ganawagi can be under the illusion that they are part of me or us, or that I am part of them, or we are part of them. That's a delusion. No one can have that delusion. There is a reality. We are separate. And how we identify what we have become, what has separated themselves from the living body, is we call them ramheo. They are dead. So when we're dealing with the dead, you have to be aware. What if you were talking to somebody and you didn't realize that they were one of the dead? What if I went into any community out west and I expect to talk to the people? And if I'm there thinking I'm talking to the people, am I? Anywhere out west, am I actually talking to the people? If I'm in any community, they themselves are all part of the dead. The people are the living, not the dead. That means it's the people who are complying with law. And it's like this in all our nations. Everybody has whatever their knowledge of law, or at least to say our law. You know, if that's the minimum knowledge that they have, everybody has at least that minimum knowledge. Everybody who's filling the sellout genocidal elective system, all the sellout mayors, all the sellout, whatever they want to call them, elected officials, all of these people know. Yeah, and most of them are white. And those people know that we have a law. And it only is referenced when it suits them. So this means that inside they know they are by design varying the law, pushing law out of them. And especially every time you know that somebody's following the white man, you can't say we got a law, because if you're following the white man, you ain't got no law. So with all our people, they have crossed the threshold. Once you cross the threshold, once you're stupid and you mutilate yourself. Everybody's heard of bodily mutilation, self-mutilation, right? Everybody's heard of that? Is that the conduct of a sane person or a crazy person? Crazy. A person who self-mutilates, who mutilates themselves, he's crazy. What about a person who mutilates someone else without their permission, without their approval? Is that person the same level of crazy or are they even more crazy?
More.
Even more crazy. Well, look at the religious fanatics who mutilate children, who circumcise children. Well, you won't think that those people are crazy. But we've just concluded a process here right in front of you. You're a part of it to identify a behavior that is crazy. But collectively, and even as individual, really, have any of you identified anything about the collective craziness that people inflict upon others through religion? Mutilating children? I know that none of you have really addressed that. Nobody said anything about it. They're mutilating children every day. No, you even hear here in Montreal, there's a advertisement on the radio, a radio commercial for circumcisions. To have a radio commercial for circumcisions goes against that so-called constitution of that country, of so-called Canada. That's like having a radio commercial for drugs. Oh, it's the option. You're putting the option there. It's not you're actually inflicting it. You're just giving the option. And who can hear this commercial? It's not babies. Hey, a baby, I want to go for circumcision. No, it's adults hearing the commercial. So you can see how the adults are obviously of the Jewish religion, because that's the ones who circumcise, who mutilate children. Now, imagine if they have to advertise on the radio. Circumcision to everybody. Who's their target audience there? Not children, not babies. It's adults. What does this mean? This means they're expanding their insanity to people that they haven't inflicted their insanity upon yet. They're drumming up business. That's the equivalent of a lawyer chasing an ambulance, or a cop entrapping somebody, setting somebody up. That's what allowing a commercial like that on the radio is. The society is promoting mutilation. Yeah, you are crazy. There is so many examples of your craziness that you are. Maybe none of you here are Jewish. I don't know if any of you here are circumcised. If you are, I don't want to know. But if you are, well, somebody inflicted insanity upon you. And you think in countries around the world, it's bad enough that they do that to little boys. You know, they do this to girls. They call it female circumcision. Is it? No, it's not. It's not female circumcision. This is where you actually take out the identity. It's the same process of what they said to the native children. Kill the Indian and the child. You cut out that part of a baby, of a child. You're preventing that woman, that child, from becoming a woman, from coming into her identity. Now, if it's that way for a woman, is it any different if you do that to a boy? Is a woman special? That you, well, just us, you can't do it to us, but we can do it to boys. This is basically the position that every woman has taken. You have taken that position. It's okay to do it to boys. But who's the boys that they're doing it to? Little boys. These are babies. Babies who can't say, don't mutilate me, mom, dad, because you're stupid. That baby can't say anything. Those people who do that to that baby, are they fit to be a parent? No, they are not. That's a whole society, like in Israel, that does that to their children. That whole society is not fit to be a parent. You look at what they do to their children from birth. You look at what they do to them as soon as they turn 16. But all that while, from birth to 16, they're training them like wild dogs to be murderers. Circumcision is a part of it. It's the equivalent of when you're feeding gunpowder to a Rottweiler to rile them up to get into a dogfight to be able to kill the other one. That's what circumcision is. It riles up that person because that person will never know what they are. Imagine if you found out that before you were born, your mother and father cut out part of your brain. Every part of us has a nerve ending, right? Yes, no?
Yes.
Every part of us has a nerve ending. Do those parts that they circumcise on a guy or girl, do those parts have nerve endings?
Of course.
Yes, they do. Where do those nerve endings go to? Where do they communicate with? Your brain. So when they cut out those parts, is it the equivalent of them cutting out part of your brain? It's a part now that can no longer communicate. There's nothing happening there now. Now, if there's nothing happening there, you don't know what could happen there. But that is something that is stolen from that person forever. Taken out of the mix, their brain is riled up to be insane, just like their parents, to inflict genocide upon others. They're taken out of the mix. They are Ramheo. They are dead. Why are they dead when they're still alive? They are dead because they go against the laws of creation. And these people are religious people who believe in God, talk about their God, and even say that God gave them their body and their body is their temple. And you're never supposed to deface God's creation. But they go after the brain. Women, have you ever heard this? Okay, now this might be a little out there for you. So take this with a grain of salt. Did you ever hear this reference of guys? Oh, that he's thinking with his little brain, he's thinking with his small head, with his small brain.
Yeah.
That's a reality. You know it. You know that guys think two different ways. Do girls? Yes, they do. You have the same. You have even better. You have even one that is more than what we can do. So you have more brain connections through that. More intelligence through that. It's not understood by people as what that role is. They get you to this point. Male dominance gets you women to say, well, that's all you ever think about. Imagine if your guys were not thinking about that. If they were not thinking about you all the time and that identity that you have. Because on the cellular level, which all of this is built up on, and what the guy's mind is built up on that cellular level, it's not that thing that we perceive. No, it's just a bunch of cells sending out a bunch of different messages, communication. And the best communication is happiness, is love. When you eliminate that from the people through religion, then those people turn into mad dogs. They turn into attack dogs. This is the people in Israel. The people who claim that they were genocided upon, turn around and genocide upon someone else. So they are liars from the get-go. You cannot believe. I won't believe that somebody says they were genocided upon, and so that gives them the right to genocide upon another. No, that doesn't add up at all. It's showing you who the genocider is. And therefore, everything that you think or you understand about it is wrong. The genocider is the one that killed his own son in the desert. He did not kill his son. If he didn't kill his son, well, you would see all of the people in that vein following someone who didn't kill their son. Which would be, all those people would not be killing. But all of those people are collectively killing. You know what that is? Is that a people thing? That's a cellular thing. It's on the cellular level that these people have a defect. And the defect is caused by physical strife. You know that the defect caused in women today is from witch hunts, killing women in the streets. So to the point of where you don't even realize that there's a defect today. The defect is that you don't have the freedom of thought. If you had the freedom of thought, you would be thinking and you would be addressing these things. You would, the women of this world, would take a position against the people, men who are mutilating millions of children constantly. And then training those children to grow up to be murderers. Women would say something about these things. I say stuff about these things. And it's not just here like to say, well, I'm in the safety of my yard and I'm not addressing anybody actually. Well, any of you who know, we address this, we say these things to the people's faces. What it comes down to is not what you perceive of you and me. It comes down to the way that the cells in our body are arranged. Because there's cells in your body that make up your brain that establishes the physical structure, enabling you to have thoughts, enabling you to think. So it's a cellular corruption that is the culprit here, the culprit behind all of the male dominance, war, destruction in the world. It's a cellular thing. You are the one that manages your cellular arrangement. Because you've got this physical thing, it's all these cells, and you got a brain, a central point of consciousness that is connected to all these cells, that all these cells are constantly communicating to you. And you're constantly communicating to them without you being aware. Well, like you said, when you scratch, you're communicating to them. If you're not scratching, if you're not doing anything, well, they're not communicating anything to you that they're upset or anything, so they don't need help. They're going about their business. No problem. You're okay. But you got to manage the work that those cells are doing on their own, giving themselves to the collective. That's where you got to manage them on the collective level in your brain. Manage the collective that you are made up of. This is cellular communication. This is you being spiritual, saying you're talking to every cell in your body. Is that being spiritual or is that being scientific? That's being scientific. We are natural scientists. We are not rooted in some kind of unseeable or unknowable, untouchable spirituality. No, the spirituality is pure, raw, natural science. And we are all the scientists. In order to be alive, this is what we are. We are bound by international agreements between cells. All of our cells in my body, all the cells in your body, right now we have an international agreement between all those cells of the method of communication. There's an agreement. All those cells in our bodies agree. When you get, you women might be able to relate to this. Sometimes, I don't know if you got this experience, some guy will come along that you just don't feel comfortable around, that, you know, maybe there's nothing to tell you that there's something wrong, but maybe you just feel it. That you just want to push yourself away or push that person away. This is where you are being affected on the cellular level. Your cells are communicating with you that they're not comfortable. They're not comfortable around this other conglomeration of cells. Because cells can tell other cells. It's just us. When we get into the collective of our cells, those cells can take on critical mass and create another level of consciousness. Then if we cut ourselves from all those things, then we're just an energy of consciousness separated from everything that we were once connected to. So you are, literally, everybody. You are in a cellular agreement. There's a contract. The moment you are born into creation, you are bound on the cellular level to comply with this universal law connecting all cells together. Just like every cell in my body has to comply with the living process of my body. If they don't, they go against. That happens. There's some constantly that are being jettisoned from the body. These are dead cells. Did they themselves decide, well, I'm going to kill myself? Or is it just part of the process of life and death renewal? Well, we know there's the renewal, but we also know that there is the killing of those cells, that process. So there's the natural that will happen in us, but then there's the killing. And you know, within us, having sugar is killing ourselves. Having all the stuff that we eat on a daily basis, it's killing ourselves. So once we sever our ties with creation, we can no longer have a proper communication with things, meaning we can no longer tell if that thing is no good. And when you can't tell, you're subjected to a third party. Your third party is, all of our third party has been television. We couldn't tell if we should eat that candy bar or not. Obviously, we ate it, so we couldn't tell that we shouldn't have ate it. When the moment we ate that candy bar, because the television told us, the moment we ate it, we were killing ourselves. Soda, you know, everything else, the processed foods. And now pretty much everything, the studies are revealing that, oh, this is these foods, it kills us. Just recently, I had this study about processed foods. Wow, all of a sudden, oh yeah, all the stuff we've been eating for the past 60 years has been killing us, because processed foods really on the industrial scale, it's only been here since World War II. We are in a heightened state of destruction that has only been here for about 60, 70 years. And we can't tell, because a human attention span of a generation is only 50 years. That's all you need, 50 years, and you got everything changed completely. Because the human attention span with sugar in it, with soda in it, with poison processed food in it, the attention span of that human obviously is 0. Because if they ate that stuff, there's no attention span there. So such a person removes themselves from that circle of life. Oh, can you prove that? Well, you can't show the person outside of life because they're still here until they die. It's their mind that is outside of life. It's their way of being in this world. You have this cellular conglomeration, but you have a central point of consciousness. You have the ability to run your own world. But we go back to that question. Who here wants to kill Mother Earth? Raise your hand. Who here is killing Mother Earth? Raise your hand. Well, there you see that nobody is in control of their own selves, giving you more reason to arrive at that conclusion. You have to arrive at that conclusion fast, that nobody is going to fix things or correct things for you. It's you, the individual, that is going to have to come into order with all of this creation, the cellular law of it. When you do that, you are leaving yourself within the circle of creation, the order of things. When a person steps out, again, they are dead. If you keep connection to them and you're inside the circle of life, think of this as an egg. You're inside. Can you have connection to something outside? What would happen if you, as the inside of an egg, had connection with something on the outside? The egg would be finished and cracked. The inside would be nothing. It'd be scrambled eggs. You'd be eating it. It wouldn't be a living thing. So we deal realistically through law with people's actions. In this world, we know so often people are taking actions against us that constitutes us taking an action against them. Like saying, I don't want nothing to do with you, or get out of here. I never want to see you again. We're done. You know that people are taking these actions all the time upon you. And somebody coming and pushing and pushing and pushing you. And then when you take the decision to do something to say stop it, then that person says, hey, what's the matter with you? The way that you're getting aggressive to me. This is how the white man thinks. Precisely, that's the white man. That is a corruption on the cellular level. That this is right to your on the genetic level, where each cell is separated from the other one. And that's the behavior of the human mutilation. It separates your cells, physically separates them. So where your brain can't think. This is how they created male dominance in the brain, an actual physical separation of the two hemispheres of the brain, that every non-native person in this world, their brain is divided under male dominance. They don't think properly. You can just hold a scale up to the people of the world. Hold a scale there. You say, this is proper thinking within the laws of cellular division and all of this. Put that there and see who fits within that. Whose thinking is outside of that? Everybody? Yes. Everybody's thinking. So this puts you in the middle of a world where it's like you're in the middle of an ocean that's completely poisoned. Try to swim that way, finding water that's not poison. You'll swim and swim and swim, and you'll get exhausted, and you'll be thinking, maybe I should have went the other way. And you'll swim that way, and you'll swim in all directions until you discover that there's no good water. So you have to fortify yourself. The individual has to fortify themselves, not within any law or something that I'm pointing out to you, but something that you yourself can deduce, that you yourself can extract a truth out of creation. And all you need to do that is natural science. Not to have a scientist telling you that's what that tree is for, but for you to use natural science to decipher it all. You can decipher easily this cellular conglomeration throughout all things in the waterverse. Anyone can deduce that they're all these cells are holding on tight to each other. It's the law. They're all complying together. If not, you wouldn't have eyeballs to see with. You wouldn't be able to communicate. So anyone can deduce this law. You don't need to have me or anyone else reveal it to you. You have the power to reveal it to yourselves. And if you don't from here, then you really truly have no power. You limit yourself. So from here, like we said, ultimatum is to do something with the knowledge that you have gained. And if you haven't gained knowledge, well, whatever. It doesn't matter to me, because this is our 5-year assessment. It's not yours. None of you would ever be at this level of assessing anything, because you never have assessed anything. None of you would be at this level of anything of discussing or understanding stuff within creation unless you were here, if not for you being here. So this isn't about whatever, like us handing something to you, that we can work together. No, because we are on two different paths. We're in the same place and time, two completely different paths. It's you that's got to decide. You physically, literally, are outside of the circle. Literally. Outside of this, inside the circle, that's the living. Outside of the circle, Ram Hail. You are dead. You want to be dead or be alive? This is your choice. No, it's not my perception of what dead or alive is. Maybe where we are, maybe we're the dead ones, maybe you're the live one. I don't know, but I tell you this, guaranteed, you know, I'm not going to follow you. That's not going to happen. We're not going to be a part of you. That won't happen. So you got to decide what path is going to be followed. And the moment you make that decision, this is where you are in a binding contract. You just don't realize that the moment you make a decision in your brain, you say, yes, I'm not going to have a chocolate bar. The moment you say that, every cell in your body is communicated that. Every cell in your body knows your agenda. And the moment you pick up a chocolate bar and start eating it, once every cell in your body said, received the message that you weren't gonna, then you go against yourselves, your own individual cells. You are a reverse cellular division. So we talk about today those who are gone outside of the circle. Now we're talking about outside of the circle of life. Now this isn't a choice. This is something that in our agreement that we only get so long on in the amusement park. You only get so many times we get to go on our favorite ride. And then the day's over. And we gotta leave. And so this is how we deal with the people who have left. There is an official responsibility that you have to all people, all your family, all living things when they die. If you come upon, you're walking in the forest and you come upon a deer that maybe something happened, not that somebody hunted them, but there's a deer dying or in pain, suffering from something, maybe fell off a cliff or something. You come upon that deer, you have to work ceremony for that deer to transition, because we're bound to that deer's self on the cellular level. When that deer leaves this world, that's not like a human. A human, throw them in the garbage. But a deer is completely within its life, its existence, filling its role within creation. When that deer is taken out, that affects us. You know that if deers are not taken out, it affects you, right? What happens when deers are not taken out? You get an overabundance of deers, right?
Yeah.
Does that affect humans?
Yeah.
You don't have to be a hunter hunting deers. You don't have to be eating deer meat to be affected by an overpopulation of deers. You don't even ever have to be exposed to them. But an overpopulation of deers brings disease. It brings Lyme disease that attacks the central nervous system, the way that you think. So, right there we can see then that, well, the management of deers is our responsibility, because It doesn't affect any other life, any other species, just us. Yeah, the deers get ticks on them. Big deal. They don't die from it. They don't die from Lyme disease. They spread it to us. And if it gets into us, this is where we, it affects our central nervous system. It attacks our thinking, our ability to think properly. So clearly, we can see our responsibility for management. Just like here, well, we're responsible for managing the branches that they're not at eye level, that you're going to walk into them at night and poke your eye in a branch. We're responsible. We're the only ones that are going to be affected by that. So we're the ones that got to manage it. Other animals don't got to worry about that. Let's say something at our height, what would that be? It'd be a big deer, a big buck, or a moose, a small moose. Are they worried about getting their eyes poked by branches on trees? Not at all. What else is our height? Nothing. A bear standing up. Here's a bear walking in the forest. You get poked in the eyes. Is the bear concerned about a branch? No. We're the only ones that are concerned about such things. So we are the ones that are the managers. And we have that same relationship with absolutely everything. Because look at this, we like to gather, we need an open space to gather. We need that clearing in the woods. What happens if we don't take care of it? And this is where there's they play with the people's minds. And they tell you that lawns like this are a construct of the white man. That's not true. That's not true at all. If we didn't have lawns, this would tell you that we didn't have gatherings. We didn't have powwows, which we didn't. But we had gatherings, we had conventions, we had ceremonies where all the people were. Was there trees here in order to do that? No, there's no trees there in order to do that. Well, let's see, if there's no trees, what was it? Did we pave? Did we make a big paved parking lot? No. So what was it? Was it a lawn? Ooh. We didn't have lawnmowers. How did we get a lawn? Wow. When you got a lot of people managing a territory where all of them are using it, are interacting with it, having a lawn like this is a simple thing. It's not something that you need a lawnmower to have. So management of everything, management of open spaces, because if you don't manage it, open spaces disappear. Management of the trees, because if you don't, disease comes. When there's a stand of dead trees, this is the stupidity in the white man's world. They say, leave those dead trees. You're stupid. This is what they know now has caused the wildfires in recent years to spread to the magnitudes of which they've been, because the stupid non-native people are governed by bureaucrats that tells you not to touch that tree because a bureaucrat is a number cruncher. And if you touch that tree, you got firewood, which means you're not buying oil. And if you're not buying oil or natural gas, that number cruncher is just seeing numbers disappear from their pocketbook. And so you are prevented by bureaucrats, prevented by them from being able to manage to prevent your houses from being burnt down. So all those people out west in every fire that had their houses burnt down, they can sue the government because it's the government's fault of the mismanagement of the forest that caused their houses to burn to the ground. Because they won't allow the people It's illegal. If you got a house right here, let's say your property line ends right there, and there's dead trees right there. They won't allow the people to go and cut the dead trees. And they'll tell you up until now that it's because, well, the life needs it. Life, wilderness doesn't need dead stuff. Wilderness, life needs living stuff, not dead stuff. The dead stuff is there for us to manage, to take out. And when you take that out, then something else will be able to grow there. But if you allow the dead to grow, what's growing? Cancer. That's cancer. So management by us of absolutely everything. This is our role. So we manage the dead because this is a sacred thing. Once somebody is dead, then all of their cells are now out of the mix. It's no longer there. When somebody dies, we experience spiritual, physical, spatial displacement syndrome. We experience that, not the person who's dead. They're gone. We, the ones remaining, if we're all standing here, there's 10 of us, all shoulder to shoulder, take out one in the center. But if we're all leaning against each other, what's going to happen? You take out one in the center, we're going to fall this way, we're going to fall into each other. That's the spatial displacement. So that is a sacred thing when a conglomeration of cells is taken out from us. You are that conglomeration of cells. Each one has a responsibility in this world and has a direct connection to absolutely everything. Your thoughts are connected to everything. Therefore, your decisions are connected to everything. Your decisions are about everything. But if you are reduced to the non-native world, your thoughts are limited to triviality. Meaning that the energy that is in your body is then left for someone else to utilize. Because trivial thoughts in your mind is like maybe a percent of the energy to be expended in your body. And so if you're expending your energy on trivial thoughts, there's a lot of energy that is being stolen from you. And we talked about it. How is it being stolen from you? We talked about it yesterday, the day before. How's the energy being stolen from you? Your devices. You're putting your energy into your devices. They're stealing your energy through your devices. They've captured your spirit through these devices. And they utilize, as you know, they make money off of that. So we must manage. You must begin from managing yourself. And the first thing about managing yourself is to know that you and your loved ones are going to die. And that you are going to be responsible for taking care of your loved ones. Right now, if your mother or father or aunts or sisters or brothers or whoever died, what do? Nothing. You don't do nothing. Where does the body of your loved one go? You don't know. You're not involved in it. What happens to the body of your loved one? You don't know. You're not involved in it. But your loved one, that conglomeration of cells, them being with you, you being with them, you know what they are, they know what you are, you know what's their dreams, you know what they stand for, what they're against. You know what their life is for. Their life was love for you, and in their final instance in this world, you let them go. You let them go to be absorbed for someone else to destroy them. What do you call that when you deface the human, when you do stuff to the human?
Desecrate.
Desecrate. Human desecration. That's what everybody does to your loved ones. You desecrate your own loved ones. once they die. Because you don't take care of them. Nobody has. All my life I knew I was confronted with this, and so I took action 30 years ago when I planted those trees back there specifically to be our family cemetery. Because I knew one day I would have to take care of my dead. And how I arrived at this conclusion is because I didn't do it for my mother. It's what I didn't do is what ate away at me. I wasn't able to do this. And so it eating away at me, of course, this tells me in my mind, I have deduced that it was wrong for me not to have been, to take care of my mother in the proper way. But at the time, my mind was not yet evolved to that level of understanding. But it was her dying that activated me, that prompted me to see that I have to take care of my father. I'm gonna have to bury my, if maybe my brothers will bury me. Knock on wood, however, not to say or to influence how it turns out. But I always knew that that place right there is where my family is going to be buried. And I got to take care of burying them because no one else will. No one else would have buried my father. No one. We would have been subjected to leaving things happen the way that the system takes care of people. So your family gets desecrated, your loved ones get desecrated. And you all know this. Your loved one got all their internal organs ripped out of them. Your loved one had their cranium cut open and had their brain taken out. This is what happens to your loved ones. You allow that to your loved ones. Can you not allow that? Can you actually do something about that to stop that from happening? I can. Native people can. Can you, non-native people, do anything about that from the position that you're in? You can't do nothing about it. You are in a corruption that you know has been this way. You know it. I'm not revealing something new to you. You know it's been this way. You have been preparing yourselves to accept the way that you know it's been. All of you have been preparing yourselves for allowing your loved ones to be desecrated. You've been preparing your minds to not let it bother you when it happens. Because this is what happens, right? Did any of you lose loved ones yet? Anybody? That's what happens, right? You just let the system take care of it. Does what it wants to the body of our loved one. What kind of integrity do you have? While you were there with that person, I love you. And then something else. This is all of your faith. It's the fact. Each of you, when your parents die, when your loved ones die, this is what you're confronted with, right? Is there anything that you are doing to not be confronted with that? Well, those of you within the Woman's Nation, yes, there is some stuff that you are doing to correct. But outside of that, there is no correction that anybody is taking, that anyone can make. Because you're locked into laws that punish you if you don't. I know, because I was confronted with it. We seen it. Maybe I have the luxury of being where I am, who I am, on the res, where I can do that and get away with it. You know what? You do it, you will get away with it all. It's the way that you do it. It's the position that you take. And if you take the proper position, you use your head to be true to your loved ones, you will get away with burying your loved ones in the natural way, the way that you're supposed to, and it won't cost you a cent. Other than right now, the way that it is for you, well, you might have to buy a cemetery plot. But you're gonna have to arrange going to that cemetery in advance and arrange it with them that, hey, is it okay for me to come with my family and dig the hole ourselves? You gotta arrange that. Will the cemetery accept that? Well, probably not, because the cemetery has insurance. And they can't allow that because you're not experienced in that, you're not covered. They probably won't allow it. So you might be limited to maybe taking your loved one in that day without any kind of autopsy or anything. And the most you'll have to pay is maybe a couple of $1,000 for a cemetery plot. I don't know how much a cemetery plot is, but that's what you would have to do. Start thinking of doing right now. Or else a bunch of people get a piece of land somewhere that they can have identified as a cemetery, where natural deaths, natural burials can take place. So this is what the society needs to do to start to take its power. Number one thing is to take care of your loved ones, then they pass from this world in the proper and right way. Is then this tells you that the society to start making corrections, you have to demand of your non-native society, of the system, to provide an alternative to the improper way of how we deal with the dead now. Because there are legitimate arguments that people can identify that if they were, let's say, an environmentalist all their life, that they are not bound by to be pumped full of poisons. Their bodies pumped full of poisons, and their final act in this world is going to be going against everything that they live for, poisoning the earth. These people with legitimate argument, position, can force this within your society. And stuff that you've got to start doing, but if you don't, well, you know that what happens, that your dead just goes through the poison process. Your dead gets desecrated. They were desecrated when they were born. If they were male, if they were circumcised, they were desecrated all their lives through the oppression. And then, well, we just put the cherry on top on the icing by allowing them to be desecrated even more. So, to be able to address this, to be able to take the proper actions, each individual, you have to understand the life and death process. You have to know how to take care of the dead. So, Oscar de Wanawe Coyeri, 104 funeral addresses. At the funeral of a chief of the Confederacy, say, now we become reconciled as you start away. You were once chief of the Five Nations Confederacy, and the United People trusted you. Now we release you, for it is true that it is no longer possible for us to walk about together on our mother earth. Now therefore we lay your body here. We lay your body away. Now then we say to you, persevere onwards to the place where the Creator dwells in peace. Let nothing that transpired while you lived hinder you. In hunting, you once delighted. In the game of lacrosse, you once took delight, and in the feast and pleasant occasions, your mind was amused. But now, do not allow thoughts of these things to give you trouble. Let not your relatives hinder you, and also let not your friends and associates trouble your mind. Regard none of these things, but enjoy and move forward in your great journey. Now then, in turn, you here present who are related to the man, you who were his friends and associates, behold the path that is yours also. Soon we ourselves will be left in this place. For this reason, hold yourself in restraint as you go from place to place. In your actions and in your conversation, do no idle thing, speak no idle talk, no gossip. Be careful of this and speak not and do not give way to evil behavior. 1 year is the time that you must abstain from unseemly levity. But if you cannot do so for ceremony, then 10 days is the time to regard these things for respect. This means there is a 10-day transition. There is a 10-day feast whenever anybody dies, and that is 10 days from the time that the person leaves this world. 10 days is the cycle. Now, it's confusing for some people. If they die at night, if they die in the daytime, whatever, we go from cycle to cycle. So if a person dies at 2 o'clock in the morning, well, a day is not counted as that. Well, when the sun comes up, it's counted as one cycle. So you go from 2 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the morning. That's a cycle. That person's been dead for one cycle. You have to be dead for 10 cycles in order to have this ceremony done, because this cycle is in direct regards to the cellular expansion again, the laws of cellular expansion. And it's the laws that are directly connected to the life giver's reproductive system of, the 5 days out of time. That there is from one round to the next, there is 5 days in this round and 5 days out of this round and 5 days back into the next round. So there is 10 days. For 10 days, there is a person, there is the conglomeration of cells that you love within that person that is there within the centrifuge. And it is there that you must love and protect, because it's there that they are on their own like a baby. You must take care of your dead like they are a baby, because they are in transition. When a baby is in transition from a mother's womb into this world, do we got to take care of them? Yes, of course we do. We got to manage them. We got to make sure that even their umbilical cord don't get wrapped around their neck. We got to make sure that their bones don't get broken. There is care that is needed. We are a delicate thing. We are solid, we are strong, but we are a delicate thing. It's a conglomeration of love of which we are. The cellular division that makes up this illusion of our physicality, it's all love. Love is what? It's an energy. It's an energy, not a physical thing, but the physical byproduct of love is what we come to be familiar with. The whole world, we're familiar with it. The whole world is love. This is why we're familiar with it, no matter where we go, because we know that from that cellular divisional level, that it is expanding outwards constantly as love, not as hate, as love. So we got to take care of love. We got to manage it. You can't wait until you're trying to manage love is going to have to be through violence. We can't wait for that. Makes it clear that there is a responsibility of the living towards the dead. Responsibility of the living towards everything. Us who are in the here and now, we are the collective consciousness. And it is while you are here that you are active. You can be active to the highest levels, or you can remain where you are on the lowest levels. No, any questions on that or anything? No. 105. At the funeral of a war chief, say, now we become reconciled as you start away. Once you were a war chief of the Five Nations Confederacy, and the United People trusted you as their guard from the enemy. The remainder is the same as the address at the funeral of a chief. 106. At the funeral of a warrior, say, now we become reconciled as you start away. Once you were a devoted provider and protector of your family. You were ready to take part in the protection of the Five Nations Confederacy. The United People trusted you. The remainder is the same as the address at the funeral of a chief. But you hear that the United People trusted you. Imagine if you got people united in peace, bound by law, and those people trusted you. Imagine to be trusted by such a mind, by such a collective mind that's holding the world together based on love and peace. Imagine if those people trusted you. And so compare where you are right now to that ideal circumstance. Are you less? Are you less than what you could be? Of course you are. You are much less than what you could be. You are not even a fraction of a percent of what you could be. It's impossible for you to be any more than that. It's physically impossible. Once you are in the side of the negative scale, no matter what your perceptions are, if you're in the negative scale, there's no positive there. No matter what you think about yourself. So imagine if you were trusted by the United People, what would that mean? How could you become trusted by them? And what would it mean for you? Would it mean that you would be actually a part of the people? Would it mean that you might be sitting with the people? What would that mean to be with the people? You're with people already. Everybody's with people. We're all surrounded by 7 billion people. To be trusted. That's about integrity, about your own personal integrity. If you got none, nobody trusts you for anything. How could anybody trust you if you're wishy-washy? If tomorrow you're on this side of the fence, the next day you're on the other. And the next day you're on another side of the fence that don't even exist, what you created in your mind. Like the way there's only 2 of us, but all of a sudden, there's how many labels about us? There's an L, there's a G, there's a B, a T, a Q, an elemental P. How many of us is there? There's only 2. There's a schizophrenia in there. And where there's a schizophrenia, that's a division. Where the people are divided, there's no integrity. You cannot have a division of yourself into so many different individual, a separation of yourselves where they're not connected to each other. You can't have that and believe that you have integrity. There's no integrity. Integrity is something that is left up to you to accomplish, to acquire. It's you that's got to do it. You got to get it. You got all the components within you enabling you to acquire integrity, to be living within it. All you have to do is just start aligning. And it's like magic. Like magic, it will come together for you. All you got to do is set it in your mind and make your pledge. Make your pledge to the living, and make your pledge to the dead. Those that have passed before us, they gave up themselves, even if they were maybe murdered or suicide or died of an illness or a disease. They have given up themselves. They were here. They are now what we are standing upon. These are our ancestors that we carry their bones on our back. You must have integrity with those bones. 107. At the funeral of a young man, say, now we become reconciled as you start away. In the beginning of your career, you are taken away. The flower of your life is withered away. The remainder is the same as the address at the funeral of a chief. Well, you can see each one, there's just a tiny reference in the beginnings that's different. That's a tiny thing that's different. This is just a suggestion. This is not your oration. The oration, the complete oration, is by the loved ones. And the loved ones will expand on this because they know. But it is not you. It is always the opposite clan. It's not the grieving ones like myself. When my father died, he's a bear. So the opposite clan has to do the oration. Which opposite clan? There's two others, right? Well, that one is connected to someone in the family. So he's a bear connected to a wolf. So that means the opposite clan to do the oration is supposed to be the turtle. Supposed to be. But in the case of my father, as you know, we're the last one, so there's nobody to do it except myself over my father. And so under normal conditions, you loved one would be expanding this. This is just, it's like saying, give thanks. So, okay, what's giving thanks? Is it just stand there and say, I give thanks? No, you are remembering the person. You're honoring, you're celebrating them. So remember the dead. Don't carry them as a burden, but remember them as a teaching mechanism to you. They have taught us. 108. When an infant dies within 3 days, this is within 3 days of birth. So we're talking about like a stillbirth, like a crib death, something like this. When an infant dies within 3 days, mourning shall continue only 5 days. Then shall you gather the little girls and boys at the house of mourning. And at the funeral feast, a speaker shall address the children and bid them be happy once again. Though by death gloom has been cast over them, then shall the children be again in the sunshine. I seen this in my life. It wasn't a 3-day death. It was my cousin. My Auntie Marilyn had a little girl. she must have been a year and a half younger than me. And she had died. She had a hole in her heart. She was born with a hole in her heart. Anyways, she died. Maybe I was 3, maybe. Barely have memory of this. But I remember laying on the floor in our living room, and there was this little baby standing there. She's in her diaper, and I was playing with her. And I was always, even when I was a kid, always, of course, playing with other kids, but it was like I was, I don't know, like the adult of the kids, like where maybe I had to watch over them or I felt something like that. It was dragonfly. Anyways, she died, and I could say that I really didn't understand it. It was my first brush with death. But there was a thing that they had to address to the kids because it's kids. How do kids understand this? But when it's up 3 days, you got to remember that all the time that the mother was carrying the baby, that all these kids are around. We're in a longhouse. We're not in individual households. So there's kids all around all the time. And the kids are always, they're taking, their minds are with mothers. When a mother's pregnant, they're with babies. It's only when we become maybe 16, 17, then, we don't want nothing to do with babies anymore. Now we want to do something else. But in the longhouse, you're with babies all the time. By law, everybody should have exposure to babies all the time. Anyways, so all the babies, all the kids, all the children are around the mother. Oh, what's going on? They're learning about it. Everybody learns about it. So it's not that you, a child, all of a sudden will be around or see a mother that's pregnant and you're going to understand. No, you're going to be, what's this? What's going on with you? Are you sick or something? Child's not going to know. So the mother is constantly telling the children. What is she telling them? Oh, Yonki Atizu is forming another one, another human in here, another baby, and she's singing to the baby. She's communicating. She's got the baby in ceremony. So while she's carrying the baby, she's dancing in ceremony with that baby. All the kids are there because there's a reality of that. You have a society. But what you have canceled out, which you don't know, is the society that children have when they are all together in the longhouse. But when they're at home in your individual houses, you actually do damage to children because you remove them from their society. Because children are always supposed to be with other children. They're supposed to be learning from them. But we know that some people grow up as single children in the household by themselves, not knowing of the other world, not knowing of the society of children. It's a beautiful society. Any one of us would much rather be in the society of children than the society of piss poor adults. So all the children in the 9 months of that baby being formed in the belly of the mother are being told this, taught this. They know that it's Yunkia Dizu creating. Another one is going to be here. Another one of us. We can't wait. Do you remember when you were a child and you heard your mother or your aunt or sister or somebody was pregnant? You couldn't wait, right? Wow, I can't wait. I remember. I was waiting and I ushered in all of my cousins. All my little cousins, they don't know it. I ushered them in. Today, they hate my guts. Today, they don't want nothing to do with me. But they can all remember when I took care of them when they were children. Because all of my cousins, little cousins, I took care of them. I ushered them in. I was there. But now they have all gone on a different path. That does not matter to me. I stay with them. I keep their memory. They don't keep their memory. They have left their childhood. They've left their reality. And they're out there in the white man's world, being white men, thinking like white men. Well, they had this experience. I gave it to them. When I was a kid, I changed all my cousins' diapers, and they were not that much younger than me. I babysat all my cousins. I played with them. When their parents were wanting to do something, I was with them. All my cousins, I was with them. I ushered them in to this society of children because my family was a whole bunch of us, and I ushered them into that and we took care of each other. And my cousins ushered me into that. We took care of each other because we're all in the longhouse. But now you can't do that because no one's in the longhouse. Oh, they all got families and they all see each other. But there's a difference when you go back to your individual unit and mom's the boss or dad's the boss. There's no collective because no one can correct each other's children anymore. You try to do that and you're going to have social services on your ass. You're going to have the cops. Somebody call the cops on you. There's no more correction of each other's children because the adults are not a part of a society. So how can the children be a part of a society? We are all disconnected cells that are not part of a conglomeration of anything. The world is coming apart on us and we're watching it come apart. We are the solution. Or are you? What are you? If you're not the solution, it can only be the problem. So all these kids knowing that the Sukli Yunki Artizu, the creator, whatever you want to refer to, the great spirit or whatever, there's another one being produced. And so if the child dies within 3 days, and all these children's minds were knowing this is creator, what has happened in the minds of the children? The minds of the children have to be massaged at that time. They have to be loved. They got to be paid special attention to. Where when there's a death and you're on your own, you are not paying attention to your children. That's a fact. I know I've seen a lot of death. You've all seen a lot of death. You've seen when the adults are doing whatever they do in whatever extent they do take care of deaths at a funeral. You know, the parents are not taking care of their children. They're not concerned about what's going on in the mind of the child. The parent is in grief. Children can deal with stuff that you don't know of how much they can deal with. But if they're separate, then those children are going to be limited to what they can deal with. But together, children, just like us, together, we have more of a power. Children, together, more of a power. And so the children are brought together to help heal their minds. You use their energy to help heal their minds. And a special dead feast is performed for them to heal their minds. Not a dead feast. I'm not going to tell you about that. That's not your business. If you don't know about it, then you don't have access to it. But if you know about dead feast, then dead feast is something that you have to perform for your loved ones that pass from this world. You may think, well, they're dead. How is a feast gonna assist them? The feast isn't so much about them, it's about your interaction with them. It's about how, again, when you're thinking of us assisting a baby into this world, well, when a person dies, they're moving from this realm into the next. The same way that what causes postpartum depression in women is in the body, in the belly of the mother for 9 moons. All the life is going to fix this, build this baby. If you think of it like a model, like a snap together model, well, all the stuff in there is putting little arms on a little body, putting little legs and limbs and lungs and stuff in the body. It's all being put together. All these workers are the living cells of the mother. So the living cells of the mother are building this thing for 9 moons. And then at the end, when the baby is being born from that realm into this realm, it's the equivalent of that it's died in that realm. It went full term, went 86 years. Full term to pregnancy for it to be born. For it to transition from one realm where it was born and made, living in the womb of a mother. That's its whole lifespan. Extrapolate ours to 9 moons within the belly of a mother. So like my father, he was 86 or 87. How old was he? I don't remember. He was old. 80 something years, 85, 86, 87. That's 9 moons. You live to be 50 and life takes you out. You went full term. That was your 9 moons. If you are taken from us at 3 days, well, that was your full term. So in the belly of a mother, that's your life. The baby is living there. It's full life experience, knowledge of everything, like you, childhood, all the memories you got, that's all in the womb of a mother. And when that baby's ready to be born, to the everything that's giving up itself there, the baby is dead. Because it's gone from the world, gone from its world. And just like you, when one of us dies, then we mourn. We mourn the others. We're saddened by it. So this is how a mother gets postpartum depression on the cellular level, that inside it's that which is feeling or thinking that, well, the baby's gone, it's dead. Now we gotta mourn. That's how, again, how a mother gets postpartum. Now, a mother can work out postpartum, of course, if she is exposed to everything that that's in law. If a person knows everything within law from the beginnings of cellular division, from the knowledge of the growth of DNA, to everything that we went over, to the law it's in its entirety, then the person, the mother, is a master. She is a master of this world. And as a master, she controls and communicates with all the cells within her body. And so when one cell in her body might be feeling that, hey, this is a sad thing. No, she communicates with that and identifies the continuum. And that little lifespan that that person had there is, it's the precursor to this journey, to be born into this realm. And again, there's 5 days out and 5 days back in. And this is extrapolated to every level. To, as we know, like we identified, other people would not know this. You've got to be in the continuous conversation. So some of you will grasp this, that from 2012, with the Mayans identified that that was something. Yes, it was something. It marked the counting time of where it came back around to that 25,000 year cycle. And when you get there, you have 5 days out of time and 5 days back in, which when you extrapolate it from one level from one realm to the next one level of existence, then that goes from a minute to a day to a year to the cycles on that level. So 5 days to us, which is the rhythm of a mother's egg, that you have 5 days of it, which it can be either impregnated, or if not, then it is washed out. If it's washed out, that's 5 days out of time. If it's impregnated, well, that it's not 5 days out of time. But as you know, you don't get pregnant every time that an egg is released. And to remember that your eggs are every egg. I was an egg placed in my mother when she was in the womb of my grandmother. So I am not myself. I am three generations. And as I am a part of the continuum, that I am not just those three generations, I am the three generations that I am connected to that comes after me. Well, there's another place where I am six. That's another way to think of those numbers. On all the levels of the 1, 2, the 3, the 5, the 6, the 13, the 28, 48, the 96. To think on all these levels instantly, all the time, and to know the 6 is right there, exposed right there also in that 3s. But on every other level, we see these connections. So these connections are real. These things are what we are. A mother has the baby in her belly, in her womb. The mother is communicating on the cellular level, quite literally. Literally, you just can't see it. But the mother is communicating on the cellular level. No, you don't, the mother doesn't have to think, okay, put a kidney in there now, now eyeballs. The mother doesn't have to think that, but the mother is the source of that happening either in the proper way or an improper way, because the mother controls everything that's going to happen to those cells. Again, if we eat that chocolate bar, the mother is putting that into the child. So there's just one little example of how the mother is in fact deciding on the cellular level, communicating on the cellular level with that child that's being formed in her belly. Every food that she eats, every medicine that she takes while she is pregnant, while she is carrying, is directly affecting that child. So a mother, certain time of the year, will come out here, stand underneath the pines. Can't see it now because this is the time of year. What? The time of year where it's pollinating. Then the mother will come out here and stand in the pollination and breathe that in. Don't forget, there's a lot of references that identifies us as a people of this, the people of that. We're the people of the flint, we're the people of the corn, we're the people also of the pines. So the people of the pines, well, that's what tells you. Oh, they're living in the pines. If you're living in the pines, well, in maybe early June, you're going to be around the pines, and that light yellow hue is going to be floating through the air, and you're going to breathe that in. The mother will breathe that medicine in, and that pine tree will be placed right in the body of that baby that's being formed. But today, well, let's see what kind of stuff is being formed in that baby. Plastics. There's plastics in the baby now, you know, and everything else. So just on this one thing, plastics are forming our babies. Just on that one little bit of knowledge will tell you that life is in an emergency situation. Emergency. Young people are going to have children. Their children are going to be plastic. Not that they're going to make the choice, let's put plastic in our babies. What? We end up actually making that choice, putting plastic in our babies. Because we get a plastic baby bottle, we get a plastic nipple on that baby bottle, and we give that to our babies to suck on. And we leave that there. We leave them like that for hours. Where in creation, You don't have a plastic bottle with a plastic nipple on it to give to your child so that you can leave them for a couple hours to be occupied. In creation, we don't have that. We make that choice when a baby is sucking on a plastic nipple and holding plastic in their hands. Is any of that plastic residue? Is any of it entering the baby? Of course it is. You know, at the very least, where the baby is sucking on that to feed. You know that's going into the baby's mouth. It's going into the baby's system, filling the baby with plastic. We know scientifically proven now, plastics, microplastics in the air. We're breathing in microplastic right now. There isn't none of you that are not breathing in microplastics. Where could you go to not breathe in microplastics on our Mother Earth? Maybe in a airtight, air-conditioned building? That's full of it even more. Even with all their filters and everything. You cannot go anywhere on Earth now and not breathe in plastic, microplastics. As we know, just what? 2 months ago, identified that there is no rainwater on Earth now that can be drank by anyone because of microplastics. How the hell did we get microplastics everywhere? Did we make microplastics? Does anybody ever remember microplastics being made? Well, we made plastics for dashboards of cars, body panels on cars. We made plastics on pretty much everything. I don't ever remember a factory producing microplastics. Where the hell does it come from? Who's been producing microplastics? Who would give what government official, bureaucrat would give the permit to produce microplastics? Where it's something that you can't see. What's the purpose of it? What do microplastics go into? Shampoo? Is this what makes shampoo now so lathery and seem like, well, it doesn't wash off? That's microplastics. It's in your toothpaste. It's in everything. So a mother now has no choice. She cannot keep plastics out of her baby. It's impossible. We are in an emergency situation. How old you are, well, you're not going to have babies, so it's not an emergency for you. It's an emergency for other people, young people who don't know. Young people don't know anything. But the white man's world uses them. Democracy. They can't wait. They're 18 years old. They can make a decision. They can make a choice. They can leave their mothers and fathers at 18. Who in this world is ready as an adult when they're 18? Can you know of anybody? At the age that you're at now, that we're at, when you look back, when you were 18, were you fit? Did you have the proper mind to make decisions of your own? Of course not. There's people that are 50 years old. You can't trust them to make proper decisions. If a person receives a bad program from childhood, doesn't matter how old they are, you can't trust them because they got a bad program. They think like the white man. If they think like the white man, they are just like him. If they're just like him, they're not like us. They're not human. It's the behavior that is not human. And so we find ourselves literally gone full circle. We have been a part of the creation from the beginnings of time. We have been here over and over again. Just like the way the sun rises every day, it's a new day, but it's connected to yesterday. It's not some new creation, some new day created. It's a repeat process. We are the repeat process of day one from Sky Woman herself. From everything that you have learned within the law recital, from creation story, cellular division, the DNA of our Mother Earth, the growth of physical matter, the growth of the earth and how the people grew with it into what you know as the division of where the DNA broke off. And only you know. Nobody else knows this now. Only you know of that DNA story. And only you know that DNA that's trying to get back. The rest of the world don't know this stuff. So you know stuff that the rest of the world don't know. And you can deduce that the world is in an emergency situation. And if you can't deduce that, well, all you got to do is look at the document that we put out about this law recital, identifying worldwide water catastrophe. We are in a worldwide water catastrophe. The water has broken, meaning the water is broken. We broke it. It's not broken like the way it breaks from a mother when she's ready to give birth. We broke the water. The white man broke the water. So anyone who thinks like the white man and continues on that path in this world is responsible for breaking the water. So women, all women of this world, you are in that, you are being confronted with that ultimatum. You got to make a choice. All the women of this world, you are confronted. Your integrity is confronted as a human. Worldwide water catastrophe is caused by the white man. It's caused by his systems that he has spread everywhere. His corrupted religions, his corrupted political systems, his corrupted social networks. All of it is the corruption, the poison that you all dysfunction under. And all of it that you're dysfunctioning under, while you're dysfunctioning, is destroying. So you say, protect the water, while you destroy it. The question that was posed, who wants to kill Mother Earth? Raise your hand. You don't? Who is killing Mother Earth? Raise your hand. You got no choice but to raise your hand. Reveals to you the schizophrenic state in which you are forced into, of where you say this, you think the highest of yourself, but you actually do the lowest. I'm in that too. I'm not separating myself from that. It's in different degrees within us. I am not as guilty as you. The native people are involved in something that's going on. But we are not the willing participants. Like we said before, look what's going on over there. Way over there, you can see two people. What are they doing? Something. You get a little closer, and it looks like they're making love. Because there's a physical action that you can see, which we all are familiar with. That's the act of sex. So you think they're making love until you get a little closer and you hear that woman screaming and yelling, until you realize that they're not having sex. They're not making love. The woman is being raped. It looks like an action that involves two people. One person is raping, the victimizer. The other person is an unwilling participant, the victim. They're getting raped. All the women of the world, all the people of the world, your children are subjected to this now. What do you as mothers do? Even if you are not a mother in this world, even if you're maybe not a mother because you just didn't have kids yet, or maybe you're a mother because you can't have kids, or you're just one of those people who just don't have kids anymore. Well, you all have AIDS. All of you have AIDS. You were all born with them. They were not created in you from the time that you're a baby until you're what? Somebody told me the other day that there was somebody that had their moon at 9 years old.
My mom,
Wow. So it's not that from the time that she was born, 9 years, and her eggs were being formed. No, all your eggs are in you when you are in the belly of your mother. You're born with it. So all of these eggs that you're born with, no matter if you don't have a child while you're in this realm, your eggs are here. Your eggs give birth. You don't realize it. You don't know it because of male dominance. You have been taught, just wash your eggs out. Throw it in the garbage. That's what you do with your life. Throw it in the garbage. You're told by the white man to even give up your moon. Did you see the advertisement? There's a girl, beautiful young blonde girl. She's in a white tennis outfit, very short, and she's like this. Freedom. Freedom from her period. All you got to do is take this pill, and she's free. She's got a white, all white on. So you know what the message is. Be free of your blood. If you don't bleed, do your eggs get washed out still? What happens with that? That's something I don't know. We got to look into that. If you take this pill that the white man made that tells you, here, take this, you'll be free. You'll be free of what? You'll be free of being a woman. You won't be a woman anymore. So all these young girls that are taking these pills to stop their moon, they are not young girls anymore. They are men now for all intents and purposes because they have followed a man's direction over their reproductive system. And so now women are free. You can play tennis now. You're free. So any of you take that pill? You know the pill that I'm talking about, right? Is this a real thing or am I just making this up? It's a real thing, right? Okay,
talks
Sometimes
about
you get an injection and it stops your cycle for like four to 6 months and you gotta go back and get another injection.
wow,
No.
holy smokes. So,
She
there
said
was
that there's
pills.
an injection that you can take and you don't have your moon for 4 or 5 moons and then you go again.
So at first there was pills, now there's injections. But
Mhm.
you know what you're gonna have through those injections, the same way as this contrived corona nonsense, is that now in all of every injection that you get for anything, it is all nano. No, now that it's nano, well, you're only gonna need one injection and it'll stop it forever.
Well, even I know a lot of women have done those injections and then, well, they didn't want to have children, but then they eventually wanted to have children. And, you know, we stopped the injection and they've taken a long time to, you know, finally get pregnant for their cycles and balance and really, you know, something big gap there.
Well, regardless of if it comes back or not, you're just talking about, you're identifying about stopping a cycle of your identity that forms your identity. If from 9 years old, that's really young. But you know that it's different ages for different girls. Could be some girls even 14, 15 years old, could be a little late. I think I actually heard once about a girl having their moon at 19. But regardless of whenever you get your moons, it's your natural process. It's when your grandma kicks in, when grandma moon visits you. This is when you are like a gear in a transmission now, working with all these other gears to be able to shift, to be able to evolve, to shift from first gear to second gear, third gear, until you're evolving through all these different stages of life through since the first day you're born into this world, your eggs are working within you. Now, if it takes 9 years for them to get to the stage of where they work outside of you, 9 or 12 years, regardless, if you stop that process, you are stopping the natural living cycles of not just yourself, of your connection to Mother Earth, with your connection to Grandma Moon, with your connection onto Sky Woman, which links every woman in that unbroken line until you break that line. Until you take that pill or that injection that stops you from having your moons. So young girls are exposed to this and they're taken by it. They want it. They're buying it. You know they're buying it because in this world, well, you can see what types of people, what types of girls would want that. Girls who are in a certain industry of being exploited. They would want that. Or maybe not they would want that, but maybe their pimp would want that for them so that their pimp can make more money off of them constantly. That you wouldn't have any downtime. Because your pimp is that guy wearing a 3-piece suit that calls himself your boss. And he doesn't want you to have that downtime. Whether it's your pimp in that level of being in an office or if it's an actual pimp that wants you to be, wants to make money off of you constantly. This is the only purpose why such a thing is made. Who made it? Did women make this? Of course not. Are women gonna make a drug that's gonna stop you from being a woman? Men made this for you. Men inflict it upon you. You are standing there watching them inject it into your unborn daughters. So, we identified a worldwide water catastrophe. This is a fact. Just because the world is not addressing it does not mean that people with a brain are not going to address it. People with brains are not affected by the rest of the world. I don't care. All 7 billion stupid people on this planet, all following the white man. I ain't going to listen to a single goddamn one of them because they're all stupid in that line. The truth is that you, women, are having your womanhood identity stolen right out from underneath you. You're watching it, you're complying with it. You are not saying anything to these girls. Now, the ultimatum is you're going to say something. You're allowing doctors that are male that have created this, a pharmaceutical company that is basically using your daughters as a commodity, selling them something that destroys them. Everybody will say something on some level about the drug dealer that's selling drugs out of the school parking lot. But what about that drug dealer in the pharmaceutical company that's doing more damage than some drug dealer in a school parking lot? Because that pharmaceutical company is projecting themselves as authority, and the system has it such that children listen to them as they are authority. Because you know that pharmaceutical companies have their agents going into schools to talk to your student, talk to the students, your children, preparing their minds for acceptance of it all. You're in an emergency situation. What? As you know. Can you take care of your dead right now? No, you can't. You'll be arrested. So if you can't take care of your dead, can you take care of your living? Your answer is no. This is the illusion, because you are acquiescing to the machination of the system. It's so big, and because it's so big and it says do this, you accept it and you just lay down and die. You gotta be confronted in that scenario. When we were confronted in that scenario, I wasn't by myself. Edith was there. And when we arrived at the conclusion, I had to steal my father's body out of the hospital. Basically steal his body. Do not let them do what they want to do. Pump him full of chemicals, autopsy, take out his internal organs, his brain, full of this chemical, formaldehyde. We put him in the ground. So what he stood for in his life of protecting the earth, and if your loved one stood for that, well, at the end, you bastardized them. You turn your back on them. Somebody who loved you, gave you birth, nurtured you, walked you in this world, taught you how to ride a bicycle, fed you, wiped your ass. Maybe, even like me, I had to suck snot out of my son's nose. Maybe even do that to you. And then what you do in turn to them is turn them into poison and put them in Mother Earth, to poison Mother Earth. How many people on a daily basis dying around the world this way are placed as poison pills into our Mother Earth? All, literally, all my people do that. Literally, all of Ganawagi, all of Akwesasne, all 5 nations, Longhouse territories, all our people do that now. They all have their loved ones taken away. Somebody else takes care of them, pumps them full of those chemicals, desecrates their body. All my people allow this to happen. There is a few, maybe it doesn't happen. You know, not everybody gets formaldehyde. You know, some people who just die natural causes, they don't need a autopsy. If they don't need an autopsy, it's not necessary to have all their internal organs and their brain taken out. But you know what? You don't have to have an autopsy for that. They take that stuff out of you anyways. Because what we found out, I mean, we always knew this anyways, but it's a slap in the face to find it out when you're confronted with it. The only time you'll find it out is if you were ever in the circumstances that I was in having to take my father's body. That's the only time you'll be confronted with it. So none of you will be confronted with it. So you'll never know firsthand that your body belongs to the province. It belongs to the state. Officially, there are laws that they have created in the white man's world. Your bodies do not belong to you. It belongs to the state. Once you're dead, you cannot do what you want with your loved one's body because the state owns it. So you will not do what I did to not let them have that. You can do it. The machination is there, the threat is there against you, and they count on you being scared of it. They count on you just following all the stupid other people before you. Don't. When your loved one dies, don't give in to the system that they have there as to how you just give up your dead. Don't give up. Don't give in like that. When your loved one dies, keep them at home. You take care of the body, prepare the body, become familiar with it. I showed my sons, they were there, they were familiar. I turned my father's body over on his back. I said, look at this, look at, we touched, look what's happening, how fast the body is decaying, how fast the body gets marked up on what it's laying on or something, you know, how fast. I told him, look at the eyes, look at Bubba's eyes. Look at how fast the liquid in them was disappearing. And the outside, like the corona, was like caving in on the eyeballs. Ooh, it might seem a little bit like Yeah, like you don't want to see that stuff, you know, like maybe repelling, whatever. But that's life. We got to be familiar with it. The most important parts of life, we are not in control anymore. The mothers are not bringing the babies into this world. It's science, money that's bringing them into this world. And we're not taking care of passing our loved ones on. Get control of it. You can do it. I almost did it with my two sons, like as to the birth. But at the last minute, things didn't work out. The mother wanted to go to the hospital. But the end part, the death, I did not let that slip by. So you don't let it happen either. So this means start preparing yourself for the next death that's coming. And if it's you, start preparing your loved ones for your death. Tell them how you want to be buried. Tell them what you don't want to happen. Make a video of it. Start putting it out there so other people will see it, that other people will know this is the way. We cannot continue in this death industry that is poisoning the earth. We're not considering how a simple thing that we relinquish our rights to, our obligations, we're not considering how that single act of us forgetting is the cause of us in maybe putting more pollution into the earth than maybe what we've exerted in our lifetime of driving around fossil fuel burning engines, you know, the pollution and all of that. Maybe just in that final act does more polluting than what we've done in our whole lives. Get control. You got to do this. So this is ultimatum. Can I give you an ultimatum to tell you, you got to start doing this stuff? No, I can't give you an ultimatum, but you can give yourself that ultimatum. Why? When you know that this is wrong, once from a time that's established in your head, this is wrong. If you comply with it after that, you are wrong. You are the corruption, not somebody else. Don't protest against someone else. Protest against your own stupidity. Time to pull your heads out of your rear end in every aspect. The white man's teachings has corrupted your mind so much that you do not know even what resembles being human anymore. So when the time comes, you're going to transition your loved ones the way that they're supposed to. You're going to know about the 5 days out and the 5 days back in. And you're going to assist them with the dead piece of how they're going to pass from this world and into the next round. You're going to love them so that just like within the body of a mother, that there isn't going to be like a bad birth from inside. You're not going to be the reason why in the next level there's going to be a cesarean, an abomination of it. No, you're going to be here in this realm, making it happen the same way that all those cells in the womb of a mother make that baby's birth happen in the proper way. You're going to be that for your loved ones. If you are not, you are less than what you are supposed to be. And if you are not doing that, I don't want to know you. I don't want to be, I'm not your friend anyways, and I don't want you to be my friend. As you know, we're only looking for allies. So throw your friendship out the window and start looking at what you are supposed to do as a human. And if you do that as a human, then we can stand together. And then maybe out of allies, we might find some friends in there. But right now in this world, there is not a single non-native person in this world that I would be friends with. Not a single one. Why? Why would I be? No reason. No reason to be connected to corruption. So you must free yourself of this corruption, not me. I don't got to do anything for the white man's world. What we are doing is exposing you to a truth so that I can say we have done everything in our power to warn you. And we can say that. We have done everything in our power to warn you, to show you what the proper thing is, to give you the option of to make the correction that the entire non-native society has to make. If you as an individual, and not just for the people that are here, but anybody who may be watching, and I don't care if there's nobody watching, it's in the algorithm. And you are all subjected to the algorithm. So everybody is confronted with this ultimatum. You are given ultimatum. And remember what is said. Anybody who gives ultimatum is stupid. You cannot give ultimatum unless you are in the ultimate position of power in that given thing, whatever it's in relation to. I'm not in the ultimate position of power, but law is, creation is. And you are wrong. You as an individual, you as a society, you as a whatever you want to identify yourselves as, but it's not people. I'll tell you, yous are not people. Yous are something different. You must pull your heads out of your rear ends, out of the dark ages of war. This is the white man's education that you have. And you must find your way to peace. When the option is placed there for you, you are in ultimatum. You just don't know. It's like we said to use the other day. It's kind of like you stepped into a trap. Willfully. And once you're there, a decision is going to be made by you. I don't care what you think. That decision, if you don't make it, I force it upon you. (109). Give me a minute. Hey, ho. Yeah, huh?
We should film it.
Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, just to emphasize here, in the death rights, it's telling you you got responsibilities to your dead. If you got responsibilities to your dead, you can easily extrapolate that you got responsibilities to your living, to the continuum. At the funeral of an infant or young woman, say, now we become reconciled as you start away. You were a tender bud and gladdened our hearts for only a few days. Now the bloom has withered away. Let none of the things that transpired on earth hinder you. Let nothing that happened while you lived hinder you. The remainder is the same as the address at the funeral of a chief. But as you know, this is the bare bones minimum suggestion. Of course, you who are at the stricken with this death, you know that person. You, the loved ones, are going to be given the oration of to honor, to respect, to remember the memory of this person. Now remember what it says. You were a tender bud and gladdened our hearts. This means that all of us, being a part of this life that everybody that comes into this life is part of what makes our experience, part of what makes our love grow. We are dependent on each other for love. We get our memories, our knowledge, our experience, all of it is from love of each other. The bad experiences of war and things of this is the abomination. This is what we are not supposed to have. So in taking care of our dead shows you how united we are. But if you don't take care of your dead, you are not united. You are a person of no respect, no honor. At the funeral of a woman of the people, say now, we become reconciled as you start away. You were once a woman in the flower of life, and the bloom is now withered away. You once held a sacred position as a mother of the nation. Looking after your family was a sacred duty, and you were faithful. Feasting was yours. You pleasured and you enjoyed in these things. The remainder is the same as the address at the funeral of the chief. At the funeral of a clan mother, woman chief, say, now we become reconciled as you start away. You were once a clan mother, woman chief of the Five Nations Confederacy. You were once a mother of the nations. Now we release you, for it is true that it is no longer possible for us to walk about together on our mother earth. Now therefore, we lay it, the body. Understand, we lay it. We don't lay you, we lay it, the body. Here we lay it away. Now then we say to you, the name of the person, persevere onward. Hear what was just said. We put the body here, we put it here, your vessel. And now you persevere onward in your journey. There's a separation here of knowing the person and the body that the person lives in, the vessel that the person utilizes in this world. The body is not the person. The person is inside. And so we consider that in each of us, if we are restrained, if we are oppressed, if we are living a certain way that everything is against what our beliefs are, then the person is a prisoner in their own body. The only way you can be a prisoner in your own body is if your mind is not aware of the parameters of your life. If you give yourself the parameters of your life is just your body, then you are in fact limited. You are a prisoner of your own body. Remember the question. Who here wants to kill Mother Earth? Raise your hand. Nobody does. Who here is killing Mother Earth? Raise your hand. Everybody has to. We see there's a person in the body, and the body is not listening to the person. The person isn't in control of the body. We are seeing something here. You're looking in a mirror at yourselves. There's an understanding that is right there at your fingertips. An understanding that will connect those two. That when the question is asked, who here wants to kill our mother, who here is, you will not have a separation of the two. You will have body and spirit together. The body will be controlled by the spirit. You're shown in death of the reality of your interaction here in this world. Your body is just a vessel. Your body dies, but you persevere onwards. Now, you could just be saying, oh, this is a nice way to think about that. You could believe that, because no matter what, it comes down to what you believe. And if you believe that your life is limited to what you were taught within the white man's world, then yeah, you limit yourself. You're not going to see that you are a prisoner in your own body, a prisoner in your own mind, because it's your mind that has this false education that creates these parameters for you, in which for you to be locked into. Persevere onward to the place where the Creator dwells in peace. Let not the things of this earth hinder you. Let nothing that transpired while you lived hinder you. Under your authority, you had provided peace and happiness for all the united people, and all who sought shelter beneath the great tree of peace. You loved all of the people, and the people loved you for the sacred duty in which you were selected. Looking after your family was a sacred duty, and you were faithful. You were one of the many joint heirs of the chieftainship titles. Feastings were yours, and you had pleasant occasions. The remainder is the same as the address at the funeral of a chief. One 12. When a dead person is brought to the burial place, the speaker on the opposite side of the council fire shall bid the bereaved family cheer their minds once again and rekindle their heart fires in peace, to put their house in order and once again be in the brightness of the sun, for darkness has covered them. He shall say that the black clouds shall roll away, and that the bright blue sky is visible once again. Therefore shall they be in peace in the sunshine and enjoy once again the beauty of life beneath the great tree of peace of the Guyana Skanago. There's a lot of the oration that can only be remembered or thought of when you're in that circumstance. You could try to think about it, and you might remember some things. But myself, right now, there's only so much of it I can remember. If there was other people, like the way it's supposed to be, and somebody else might remember something else and say, hey, there's this also, remember? And somebody else would add, yes, and there's this to it. And we would have a more complete vision. But here, when there's just myself, then it's hard to remember all of it. But to say that once you're in that scenario, this is when it comes to you. Like with myself, with my father, it was not something that I was able to rethink. It was something that I had to deal with in that instance. And so it was being in the instance that dictated what the actions were that needed to be, the words that needed to be said, the things that needed to be done. So when you're in it, or before it happens, you might think that you can't do it. And so you will not expose yourself to that power, that part of your identity, because that is a part of your identity where you are bound to take care of your dead. If you do not, that is a part of your identity that is gone forever. And that is a part of like say like where you leave open loose ends and everybody says, don't leave open any loose ends in anything. You know, like, let's say you're doing some kind of big, some kind of big business deal and you leave open a loose end. One part of it that isn't clear, like in a contract, you know, there's something left out. That could be devastating to you. That could actually destroy your whole agreement. And so your whole life could be destroyed for you. And you wouldn't know it until you are in your last moment, where all you got is the memories flowing through your mind as to what you were, what you represented, what you weren't. Was I this? Did I do this? Was I supposed to bear our children, born our children into this world in the right, proper, natural way? A baby being born into this world is supposed to be born into the hands only of the grandmother, the mother of the mother. And if that mother is not alive any longer in this world, then that is to go into the hands of whoever the mother identifies is the one to carry this child, to be the one to welcome this child into the world. Only the hands of a woman, not the hands of a male. Never. It is not supposed to be. The white man's world has this corruption where they have abominated the woman's reproductive system, where they have abominated the process of how babies are brought into this world completely. As you know, the things that we talked about and addressed, IVF, all of these other things completely distorted the woman's reproductive system to the point of where you, all women, say, let's go to the hospital. Well, if anything of the last 2 years taught you about what happens in hospitals, you don't go to hospitals to get healed. They don't heal you in hospitals. If you had an appendix issue and you went to a hospital, what are they going to do? Are they going to heal you? What do?
They remove it.
They remove it. They cut it out. That's not healing. I went to the hospital for my appendix, ready to explode. The worst kind of pain you could ever imagine. I was 8 years old. Like this in the back seat of the car. And ultimate pain all the while getting to the hospital. It's like if right here, like if there's a string connected to every part of you inside, it's like it's pulling, and all at once every part of you is being pulled right to there. They had me overnight preparation to have my appendix taken out at the Montreal Children's Hospital. Mind you, I'm 8 years old, so this is 1970. So leaving me in, take my appendix out. My father's in New York. He hears this. He comes back home, goes to the hospital, take these tubes and wires out of him. I'm taking him home. Takes me home, heals me. Doesn't cut out my appendix, heals me. Heals me with our own medicine. I still have my appendix today. It's not the only thing that he healed. The bear, my father, medicine plant. He healed my life, saved my life so many times with medicines that heal, that don't cut out stuff. The white man is sick in their head. They got this delusion that they can cut out your appendix, they can cut out your tonsils, cut out your wisdom teeth. You don't need this stuff. This is what the white man says to you. You don't need it. Let's cut it out. There's no healing in the hospital. And anything in the last 2 years will tell you that you go to the hospital for what? That's where the diseases are. If you want to get sick, go to the hospital. So now today, every woman, every young girl is convinced because their mothers did it. Go to the hospital to give birth. You'll be lucky if you get a woman that the baby goes into her hands, but most of them are male, and the baby goes into the hands of a male of somebody you don't even know. You don't know what that guy is. You don't know what he did last night. He's a doctor, So you think he's okay. Oh, yeah? Doctors are the ones that are prescribing you with all these drugs, prescribing your children with drugs. You think any doctor is okay? They're a bunch of sellouts to the pharmaceutical companies. They are agents for the pharmaceutical companies, and every doctor in the world is forcing every young girl to get a C-section because every doctor gets paid more money to do a C-section. What's happening to you when you get a C-section? They tell you, you know, that after that one C-section, you'll never have another natural birth again. You'll never have a natural birth after that. What does this do? That tells you that today, the young girls that are getting C-sections, guaranteed their mothers got C-sections. Because that young girl talks to her mother. Gee, mom, should I get it? Well, yeah, I got it. It's okay. Look, we're fine. Nothing happened. Sure, go ahead and get it. The machination of the medical system forces you, tells you, you got to get this to be safe. This is the trick of insurance. Remember where insurance comes from, what we talked about and identified. I don't know if that was yesterday or was it last night?
Last night.
Okay, so those here, I mean, anybody that might be on social media, well, they didn't hear it. Is that insurance comes from that guy, that time, that guy they called Jesus Christ. When he was alive, he created insurance, the corruption of it, which is where also created taxation at the same time, created within the church, within Christianity. Because when he was talking to, I forget whoever the guy was, he's in town square somewhere, and the guy who was the tax collector was standing, was in a tree because he was a short guy. He couldn't see over the others. So he was in a tree to see what was happening, and he heard this Jesus guy, who was a piss poor example of a savior or whatever, because he accepted stuff, corruptions that I would not accept. So I know he's a piss poor example of it. And anybody who follows him is a piss poor example of a human being themselves, because he himself established when this guy came out of the tree, who was the tax collector, and said, oh, yes, I see now that I caused all this pain to all these people. And so what I will do is he will give the tax collector who first got the money from all the people, stole it from them. He says, to correct what I have done, I will give back this much. And that guy they call Jesus accepted it. You know what that is? That's where they started in the church, started the practice of buying your way into heaven, paying for being absolved of your crimes against humanity. Because everyone in the church, goes into religion because they're all corrupt. Who else needs religion except corrupt people? Something, a machination that will absolve them of their corruptions. And so, in that one instance, where this guy says, okay, I'll pay this much for all the wrongs that I've done to those people. Did he say, I'm going to pay them back, give them that money back? No. And so that guy they called Jesus accepted right there what this guy said, I'm going to pay you, the institution. And that guy who does that gets absolved. Was there any correction? Did he give that money back to those families, back to the people that he stole it from in the first place? No. And that guy they call Jesus, he sanctioned that. Right in front of him, that happened right there. And so this mindset of today is so far rooted back in your history, his story, not in your herstory, not in the truth, so far back in that lie, so far back in time that you so far removed from it, you don't even know it anymore. You don't even know what's motivating your decision to do this or to do that. When a doctor says to you, oh, you better get a C-section because the odds are. They created the odds. They created the statistics. The doctors are the corruption. They are not the good people that you think. They may go into something, some of them, that they want to help. But once they're in there, they're a slave to the pharmaceutical companies. They're a slave to the government that tells them, don't save people, because that's the reality now of that. They are not saving people. When you can see it in the street, when a so-called cop is confronted with protecting children and doesn't, and is clearly identified by the court that the cop doesn't have to protect the lives of people. When you are shown this in the street by your policing system, then you know that it is the way throughout your whole system to not save people. You're actually kill the people. You kill yourself when you make that decision. When that young girl talks to her mother and says, should I get the C-section? And the mother says, yeah, I got it. What is happening? Is that a one generation thing? That's a multi-generational thing. You know what is really happening? What you can't see. You know what's happening? Is devolution. Soon, women will not be able to give birth in the natural way. Because if you're opening up your belly, C-section, what's not happening to that woman is her pelvic bone is not opening up. She is not pushing. She is not going through the life birth experience with her baby, that her baby going through that pain and that suffering at the same time of being squeezed through the birth canal. This is what we're supposed to do. This is natural. This is a bond that is built between the mother and the child. Cut the baby, cut the mother open like this. Where's the bond? You know where the bond is? With the doctor that cuts open the mother. The baby is bonded to that doctor, to the system, to the pharmaceutical company that makes money off of putting epidermals in the back, in the spine of a mother, that a young girl who doesn't know any better. Do you want this? Well, I don't know. Well, it'll take any pain away. It's going to be a lot of pain. Oh, yeah, okay. Is she told that she's a part of a process of devolution? No, she's not told that. Does her mother tell her that? No, her mother was too dumb to know also. Too oblivious. So what we're in part of, what you're seeing happening since C-sections have been here since how long? Okay, C-sections were created actually hundreds of years ago for, oh, do you know what C-section was first done on? Anybody? Was it done on a human? No. Who was it first? What was it first done on? C-sections. Anybody know here? What? Horses. Done on horses. And this is what they've or done to humans. Women, you're treated like horses. You're livestock. So, C-sections in the industrial fashion of the medical industry has only been around since the 1970s, early 70s. In like a factory production line, everybody rolling off the factory production line, C-section, C-section, C-section. You gotta ask for a natural birth. You gotta force yourself to have a natural birth. Because the machination of the system, which presents itself, is that insurance. You got to get this, or else this will happen. You got to do this, you got to do that. A mother takes themselves out of the evolution, the process of human evolution, because they are reversing in the birthing process. If you don't give natural birth, now again, don't believe a damn thing we're saying. Think of it all as a lie. Prove it to be true. Prove it to be wrong, though. So go and do the research yourself and see what happens when a woman gives birth. Does her pelvic bone actually expand? Does it expand and contract? Can a bone actually do that? Can you imagine, like, well, I'm going to expand my bone arm right now. My arm bone, I mean. my forearm. Can it expand an inch and then it's gonna come back? Of course not. So we can't perceive that as that would happen. But that's precisely what happens in the pelvic bone of women, of mothers. So take out that process and eventually over just 3 generations, this is all it takes to have a genetic mutation, just 3 generations. And that line will not be able to have a natural birth. Now, let's see. If something happens again, like the last 2 years of the contrived corona nonsense, if that happens, and you're gonna be pregnant and you're gonna have to have a baby, are you gonna end up going to a hospital? How many women will end up going to a hospital? How many women joined the pandemic? How many people joined the pandemic didn't go to the hospital? A lot of people. A lot of women are going to be dying at home in childbirth. That's what's going to be happening. A lot of women are going to be forced to go see midwives that are non-existent, that aren't here. All of a sudden, you are going to have to become a midwife with no experience. And you're going to be stuck there in doing something that you know the woman is probably going to die. The baby's probably going to die. And you're going to have to be there assisting. And the burden of knowing the fault, the blame is going to be placed upon you. You are in a state of emergency. You just don't realize how big this state of emergency actually is. Okay, 113. 121 right now?
Yeah.
Okay, we got 2 more wampums and then we get to the end, adding to the rafters, and then the newer added rafters. And today, up until this date, there has never been anything added to the rafters officially. There has been something that is a practice accepted by everybody, but has never been officially added as a rafter to the house, as adopted as a law by even just one nation or all the 5 nations. There never has been another rafter, but there has been this practice. And that, does anybody know what that is? I told you about this before. What is everybody doing today that they've adopted a practice that they identify as an extension of law, but isn't an actual adopted law? What? Reinstatement. Reinstatement is the only thing that is on that level of like being a rafter added, an official law added to the Great Law, but it was never something that was officially ratified through council, not an individual nation council of any of the 5 nations, and not a grand council of the 5 nations, but every nation practices reinstatement. So you got to think reinstatement. What is that? Well, you got a few minutes, you got a little bit to think about that because we're coming up to it. The only rafter that is kind of a rafter, but at the same time, not a rafter. But the only thing that has ever been added that the people have accepted as an addition to this law. Okay, so right now we're still in the death rights, 113. 3 strings of shell, 1 span in length, shall be employed in addressing the assemblage at the burial of the dead. The speaker shall say, "Hearken, you are here. This body is to be covered. Assemble in this place again in 10 days. Hence, for it is the decree of creation that mourning shall cease when 10 days have expired. Then a feast shall be made." Okay, so we already went over this part. It was already in the previous law. Why is it readdressed? Well, it's not exactly the same thing. it's telling you a little bit different here. But it kind of, if your mind isn't fine-tuned to law, if you're not practiced in it or learned in it, then it kind of looks like these things meld into each other. Like, where does this one end? Where does this other one begin? Are they actually just one? How do you differentiate that this is a separate law, that this is a separate section of law? This was not said yet in the death rights about the wampum that is held. How long is this wampum? One span of the hand. How long is the span of the hand?
Depends on the person.
Depends on the person. What are we looking at? What is the span? What constitutes the span of a hand? That's a span of the hand. That's your hand. Now the funeral addresses are identified first from like it all falls under chieftainship. What takes place for a chieftainship title? So this is giving reference to chieftainship title. So what is the Onagorda that they're using? We're talking about a chieftainship title. This was taken off their brow. They're placed in the ground. What wampum is used? Say that again. It's her hand. It's her wampum. You're getting close. You're getting warm. Which wampum is it? Whose wampum is it? His wampum. It's his wampum. Remember, for that person to have the deer antlers bestowed upon them, they have to make their pledge. One span of their hand, so that if ever anybody, child, mother, woman, man, any age, ever sees that that person is not living up to their responsibilities or doing something wrong, that any person can grab their Onagorda and make sure it is theirs. Is this yours? That person would have no choice but to put their hand up. This is yours. And this was your pledge, was it not? And this is how you hold the people's right and power to hold their leaders, their chieftainship titles, to hold their feet to the fire, where you have immediate correction of anyone in power. You don't have to wait 4 years till the next election. When somebody's doing something wrong, you have the obligation to correct it. White man's world, you know that somebody's doing something wrong, you can't correct it. They tell you, well, vote them out in 4 years. Isn't that a bunch of stupid people? That's a bunch of stupidest people you could ever think of. That means they are allowing corruption. They are paying for somebody to be corrupt upon them, to corrupt their children. This is a bunch of the stupidest people ever in the history of all creation. Nobody could ever be that stupid. This is the collective of the non-native people. Stupidity that comes from your own knowledge. You know something. Hey, look, a fire. I put my finger in it. That's stupid. I don't know what fire is. And I say, what the hell is that? That's ignorance. That's not stupidity. There's a difference. Ignorance and stupidity. Now you can say, well, the white man's world, the current society is ignorant. You know what? The only thing they're ignorant to is their own stupidity, because this is a self-perpetuated state of insanity that everybody is in. Self-inflicted. I can see the world that I was born into. I seen in my longhouse that everybody All the elders were liars. They were all liars. They proved to me that they were liars in everything that they told me, everything that they showed me, ceremonies, everything since the day that I was born, speaking of law, taking me to grand councils, showing me that this is what Longhouse is. I seen at 12 years old, everybody was a liar. Absolutely everybody lied. I had to take responsibility for myself and to make sure where this world that I'm in, I'm not going to be connected to corruption at 12 years old. At 12 years old, I had to identify that all these liars, I knew that they were the lie, not the Longhouse, not the law. They were the lie. So I had to set out to prove absolutely everything to be wrong. Everything that I ever learned in the Longhouse, I had to prove it to be wrong. In order to remove all the lies that people were saying, I remove what's wrong, and the only thing that's left is truth. If you can't do that in your lives, what I was able to do at 12, what the hell kind of people are you? What kind of collective is the non-native society? You know you're born into corruption left and right, everywhere you turn, up and down, every direction, and you do nothing about it. You pass it on to your next generation. No. In the death rights, tells you, shows to you, exemplifies to you that at the end of your day of living this nonsense way, that you are going to pay the price. You're going to pay the price for the nonsense way of life that you have accepted to live, that was de facto upon you. They de facto shit upon me all the time. I don't accept any of it. None of it. What are you? What kind of collective of individuals are you that allows corruption left and right? What kind of people are our people that allow that left and right? What are we now? What have we become? I don't know what you are going to become, but I know what I am. I am law. I do not give in to the things that you give into. I do not pattern my life the way that you pattern your life based on corruption and lies. I don't do that. I do what my mother showed me. Every 5 years must be law recital. Again, that's a step. You take a step, you must assess. Is that step proper? Is it right? This is the way that our people have been able to weed out corruption out of us since at least the last 2,000 years. Since the law was established upon our people, Longhouse was here, mothers put in their place of natural authority over the people, giving the mothers the power to manage their family. Ever since then, we have not been in corruption. Ever since your male dominance, you are nothing but head to toe corruption. And so the reality of us being in the same place and time together is not that we are in the same place and time together doing the same thing. You are the rapist. I am the victim. We are not doing the same thing. We are not engaged in the same thing. You are all thinking that you are trying to be or whatever, trying to be a friend, a rapist, trying to be a friend. You're trying to have some kind of interaction. My whole existence is to get rid of you. That's my whole existence, to get rid of you, to get rid of the white people, the non-native people, to get rid of you. And how we're doing it, you got to understand that we're in that process. We're not just living here, accepting you for 500 years, no way in hell. The fact that you see that there is at least myself telling you, explaining to you the truth of the circumstances, there's at least just me doing this. After 500 years, you would think there wouldn't be me left. You would think there wouldn't be any of me left anywhere in any nation. But there is the people in each nation that are the backbone, the core of their people. And those are the ones that are relegated to obscurity by the rest of the people because they're all the kiss asses kissing the white man's ass, doing precisely what the white man tells them to do. And so the truth is left to obscurity in all the other nations because they have no solid footing. Here, we are solid. We are Longhouse. And in the Longhouse, I am of Wolf Clan. I can trace my lineage all the way back to Sky Woman herself. My head is firm. There isn't a white man on this planet that's going to budge me or push me off of my back, which means there is not a single collective of non-native people that is ever going to change our identity. What is changing is your identity. You are the one that's changing, not us. Your perception of things is all backwards like always. You got to remember to think from inversion. The white man likes to say that they have conquered the native people here. It's the white man that is conquered. Because the white man's women are leaving him. Not that they're coming over to us saying, woohoo, look at these native guys. No, but that they're leaving the lie and they want the truth the same way that when your king shipped over the first white women over here to be prostitutes to the white men, the killers that were here, those women escaped. They escaped you. They tell you stories today that we kidnapped those women. Do you think that we ever had to kidnap a white woman? The white woman ran to us, escaping the white man. Because the first one of yous that were shipped over here to be prostitutes sold to the murderers that were here, the white men, the first one of yous remembered where yous came from, Europe. Yous were happy as a pig in shit to get the hell out of there. Because Europe, even today, is insane for anyone. Imagine if you women who have been here for maybe a couple of 100 years, your line, imagine if you had to go back to live in Europe now. You think you'd be able to survive over there based on the little bit of freedoms that you've come to know here? You think you're going to go back into the ultimate prison of Europe and think that you're going to be okay over there? Worldwide emergency. It's worse than what you think. Then, at the expiration of 10 days, the speaker shall say, continue to listen, you who are here. The 10 days of mourning have expired, and your mind must now be freed of sorrow as before the loss of your relative. The relatives have decided to make a little compensation to those who have assisted at the funeral. It is a mere expression of thanks. This is to the one who did the cooking while the body was lying in the house. And they give them a gift. They give her a gift. Let her come forward and receive this gift and be dismissed from the task. In substance, this will be repeated for everyone who has assisted in any way. This is exactly what you done. It's exactly what you done. When you do that, this is a great, almost like a pressure off of you in the giveaway. Well, a lot of things you might feel like, am I sure I don't want to give this away? You know, things are so valuable to us, memories. Do I want to give this away? Sometimes we got to struggle with it. We got to give it away. But when we have the giveaway, the burden, the pressure that is released off the person is not even a pressure that you realized was there. Because now when you're giving this gift, the gift is not yours. The gift is of the person who died. So, like my father died, I have to give away his belongings. Because his belongings is what is like the heartstrings connected to us that, oh no, we hang on to this And this is of great sentimental value. All of a sudden, something that is an inanimate object passed down from one generation to the next, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, it's like the heart of the people or something. This is the reason why you have to give away inanimate things that you think that you own. You don't own nothing. You are lucky. You are lucky if in this world that you have things such as this that you don't own, that you take care of for the next person. We are the continuum. Our actions are never for ourselves. The law is a thinking that takes the individual out of being just an individual and puts them within the continuum. So what I live here today is precisely what my great grandmother lived, and what my great granddaughter is going to live, because I'm going to pass it on to her. What are you passing on? What are you going to pass on? You have the ability to pass truth. So the giveaway is basically this. It's as a person dies, you know, that everybody comes, your loved ones come, people come and say, don't even say anything. They come and they give you a cake. You know, they'll come and they'll bring you some drinks or hot dogs or something. You know, people when there's a death, they'll come and they'll help out. Somebody came and gave you 2 hot dogs while you were in grief. This performs more of a task for you, more of a healing than what you are aware. In that moment, you will not be aware of it. But in the coming days, when you're looking back at this time, which you cannot see clear right now because you're in grief, but when you're looking back, you will see that that simple word of that person saying, is there anything I can do? That simple word carried you through that suffering, that grief. It means more to you than what it was in that instance. It becomes part of your identity now. This other person helped form your identity because they help to keep you strong. And maybe that action even prevented you from, even in some cases, taking your own life. Because some people cannot take the pressures of when one of their loved ones died. And it depends under what conditions that we should not have to face the way that our loved ones are taken from us today in this world, because it is murder. It is not just that some young girl died on this highway or went missing and then we found out that she died. No, this is murder. It's a collective murder of life itself, not of a people, not of native people. It's a murder of all life. So you give away the dead person's stuff. It frees up your, helps to free up your connections, help to release them into the world. Okay, the gifts that are to be given must be the belongings of the deceased. The immediate family is to distribute these gifts directly. This is to represent that the surviving family members are physically releasing their deceased relative. Today, what happens is not that. They have somebody who manages, and the grieving ones all sit here in a grief, while somebody else is handing out their loved one's stuff. That's creating a more of a grief that they don't realize that they're going to be confronted with later on. It's somebody else doing the work that you're supposed to be doing. This is where the corruption of fate keepers and nonsense like this comes in. This is the Christian Handsome Lake religion that influenced the responsibilities out of the people and placed it into the hands of a few people, where the ceremonies belong to the people. It does not belong to a lie of a fate keeper, because the reality is that the chiefs and the clan mullers are the ones that are supposed to preside over the ceremonies. That's the rights, duties, and qualifications of chieftainship, that you are first and foremost to be able to carry out all the ceremonies. The chief is supposed to know all the songs. A chief is supposed to be the singer of the Astoa. He is not there as a figurehead to sit there and do what? Today, they create the same corruptions as the white man's democracy by creating this nonsense lie of fate keeper. It's a bureaucrat. And bureaucrats in the white man's world are the corruption that you cannot see, that's screwing up everything for you, because it's the bureaucrats that make all these laws, tinker with the things that were said in the political arena and adjust it through the fact that the bureaucrats are the ones crunching the numbers. And so lies always come out from what is said in the political arena, because you got a bureaucrat there. And the bureaucrat is, in our world, what they call a fate keeper. That is a British creation. Because don't forget, the Mohawks were created by Britain. It's in the Royal Proclamation. They were made through their allegiance to Joseph Brant. Don't forget, the guy who killed his own son. His son was not him. Joseph Brant, his mother was white. His father was Mohawk. What Joseph Brant's son was a Ganyangahaga, not a Mohawk. He was Ganyangahaga because his mother was a Ganyangahaga. Joseph Brant, who was white, killed his son, who was a Ganyangahaga. And he's the one that espionaged upon the entire Five Nations Confederacy, because he quite simply spoke the same language that his mother did, the white man's language. He spoke English. His mother was white. His mother taught him the white language. And so Joseph Brant was able to rise to power, corruption, because he was a translator. Now, if you're translating between me and somebody else that I can't understand, and you're corrupt, while you're placing yourself in a position of power, undermining both sides by lying. It was Joseph Brant's lie at Buffalo Creek that divided the Five Nations Confederacy, creating an illusion of that you can have a spiritual fire in Grand River and a political fire in Onondaga, which you cannot have. So all of those people all at once in one act under Joseph Brant at Buffalo Creek killed their both sides. And so Joseph Brant, in killing his original side, which he was claiming of being native, which he was white, he was not native because his mother was white. You are what your mother is. If your mother's white, but your father's native, well, you're only of native descent. You're not native. Because if your mother's white, you are white. But if your father's native, your mother's white, you quite simply have native blood. You're of native descent. This is what Joseph Brant was. And it was that mentality that divided the Confederacy, that put him in a position of where they shipped him over to Britain, where he joined the Freemasons. And when he came back, created the oldest Freemason lodge right there in Grand River, of which his family is still the family of honor there. But the people of today are stupid. They don't know nothing, because you got to be Longhouse to know the history of the Longhouse. People who are not Longhouse can't know it. It's impossible. So, him going to Britain, becoming a Freemason, is what created the Royal Proclamation. And in the Royal Proclamation, it's identified. It's not the Ganyangahaga, it's not the Five Nations, it's the Mohawks that fought with Britain, loyalists. Don't forget, throughout that whole area, it's all loyalists. That is preserved for loyalists to that woman they call the Queen. And now they're loyalists to a dead person. The Royal Proclamation created the Mohawks in, what is that, 1663 or 17, whatever year Royal Proclamation. You go look it up and you'll see. Oh, the Mohawks at Grand River. The Mohawks, 6 nations and their allies. Well, that doesn't talk about us at all. We're not Mohawks, and we're not 6 nations. And when they say 6 nations, you think everybody today thinks they're identifying the Tuscarora. Not at all. That's not the 6 nations. Because Tuscarora was never adopted by us. This is what they say today, that they were adopted. Never. They were not adopted. They were people that, as you know, they came because of George Washington. George Washington, who sent his white men out to go and kill women and children while the men were away from the villages, to go and kill our women and children, where they did in fact, you read your own history, they did in fact stab babies with their sabers, run them through, running on their horse, parading babies on a sword up and down the village of our people and throwing the babies into fire. This is your George Washington. This is white man. This is what white man is. This is what white women support. You support your white men in that corruption. And that is a corruption that the white women have benefited from ever since that happened. And they locked that into a legal process by that woman, that dead woman, who created the proclamation, locking those people in. They are under glass. The same way as what William Commander done with the belts of the Anishinaabe, put them under glass when he knew his own statements were, these are not my belts, they don't belong to me. He knew the families that it belonged to, and he did not give those belts to the families that it belonged to. Instead, he put them under glass. And once they're under glass, the people are under glass. People of today don't understand what that means. All they are is a museum piece. They're a zoo. They're a memory of what people look like. They're in a zoo. You might as well have a taxidermied native, you know, like stuff our body and put them there. That's what they're looking at. So the Royal Proclamation created the Mohawks. It created the 6 nations, which is not a reference to Tuscarora, because again, they were not adopted. What else is there if they're from another nation and they're not adopted? What other provision is there in law? Refugee. Refugee. That's what the Tuscaroras came as refugees. Now, as refugees, these are our sisters and brothers. We know that they're killing them. We know George Washington because we fought against them. And so, we know the Tuscarora have to escape because they're being wiped out. You don't know about the stories about the Ohio River. Just to know that none of our people know that that's the Yohahio. They all just think the Ohio River. They don't know the Yohahio, the good path that we would take to the south. How do you think the French got there? How do you think John Lafitte got there to use today? You don't even know John Lafitte. You think it's some pirate fantasy legend story of not that's not even real. We had direct contact with him. We know precisely what the reasoning is why we have an alligator dance. People sing alligator dance today. They got no clue where it comes from. They don't even know why they're dancing it. They don't know the story of how the Tuscarora brought us that, and that it's not their story, that they took it from the nation that Jean Lafitte wiped out, that prompted the Tuscarora to come to us. The Tuscarora took their alligator dance to keep them alive. Tuscaroras come here for us to keep them alive. We end up keeping the alligator dance alive of a nation that was wiped out, that was put in between the lies and the espionage of the white man. Your history is not your history. Your history is ours. Because everything that you've done here since you got here is all a lie. You even being alive is a lie. You're not alive because of you. You're alive because we nursed you back to life. Just that. To go against that is a complete lie of what you are. But everything else that you don't know, that you have forgotten, is it stupidity or is it ignorance? It's not ignorance. Not at all. There is not a single white person alive today who can say they did not notice, that they were oblivious. None of you. I do not accept anybody in this world saying that they did not know. I don't accept that. Yeah, so there is a physical break that happens when you are giving away the belongings, the property of your loved one. So if you're giving away of your husband, your wife, your father, your mother, whoever, that is representing and is the actual break. You give this away, it's a healing. Now you carry part of the burden of what I would carry of remembering. And it's the same way with law. You're supposed to carry, everybody's supposed to carry the burden of equal weight. That not one person is supposed to carry this. You're supposed to carry it. Everybody is supposed to. Adding to the rafters. 115. If the conditions shall arise at any future time, call for an addition to or change of this law, the case shall be carefully considered. And if a new being seems necessary or beneficial, the proposed change shall be deliberated upon in council. And if adopted, it shall be called added to the rafters. This exemplifies that the law is ever evolving with the people in relation to the environment in which we live. So the house, as you know, is from where the sun rises to where the sun sets. It's the world. This is our house. That's our ceiling. We know that the ceiling, like in any house, is a protection. It's to keep away, to protect you from the elements. No rain, no snow. So keep you warm. So an adding to the rafters is to strengthen your house, is to expand into areas that if your family's expanding, well, it's too big in the house, well, you got to protect them. They got to live somewhere, the house expands. And the rafters expand with it to protect, to govern all that is within that house. So you see the process that, of course, it's not just, hey, let's add this. Oh, okay. No, it's got to be something that complies fully with law in its entirety. So it's not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry that'll come along and say, hey, let's add this to that. No. It's gotta be a person of law who knows law to be able to look at if there's gonna be a rafter added, to be able to know if it fits with all of it. Does it fit? Does this law actually endorse or substantiate wampum one? Does it endorse or substantiate wampum 48? And if there is the numbered wampum system, if it is not known to people, it doesn't matter. You just know law is this. When you're confronted with any scenario, once you're there, hey, okay, there's law governing this, and the people remember it by carrying the burden of knowledge together, the burden of knowledge of law. So then when we get there to a dispute, and I say, oh, wait a minute, that's not according to law. And then you say, wait a minute, let's examine this. Based on what? Do we both have a law book in front of us? Do we both have access to a politician or a policeman who's going to tell us the law or whatever? No, we have the law within us. We go back again, day one, creation story, cellular division, it's all within us. All. We are the library. All you got to do is access your library. You're limited because your ignorance turns into stupidity, which prevents you from thinking from within the whole library. It locks you into, relegates you to the stupidity of male dominance, which is just one part of your brain working. You know the brain, two hemispheres. Everything like law identifies begins from the woman's council fire. I don't care if it's an idea that I got that could help the entire nation, doesn't matter. It goes to the woman's council fire first. If the women say no, I cannot pursue that. But if I see that with something that in the woman's decision and saying no, that there was an error or they didn't take this into consideration, then I come back under the provisions of first, I got to go through my clan mother and that to have the respectful merging of these two opposing viewpoints. So then once I do that, then the council process is back and forth. Then we're talking about law. So you and I could be in this scenario talking about this fire right here. And I say, hey, what about law? And if law isn't defined by us, you then tap into your library and look at whatever the circumstances, and you can deduce law about that, but only through conferring across the fire. If you stay within your perception and say, this is it, you're not going to change my mind, then you're not in a conversation. You are a dictator. The person who says that, the person who's of the perception that my view is the proper view. You know yourself, you have seen it yourself, that somebody comes to me and says, well, this, whatever, we take it into consideration. You have seen how we have altered our position based on what somebody else says. I even listened to once, imagine this, a Jewish girl saying to me, how come when I'm doing the opening, the Honda Gari Wadekla, how come I only mentioned Taronyawagu? Wow, she floored me. You're right. How come I didn't mention Sawiskita? I was complying with the lie that the Christians tell today, that Taronyawagu was the good twin, Sawiskita was the evil twin. These people are stupid. That's then to say that that they both put things into stuff. This is to say then that things have evil in them. This turtle has evil in it. Under the mindset, Taronyawagu is a good twin, Sawiskita is an evil twin. Sawiskita had his hands in creating things. So there's evil in here. Who is so stupid? Only the religified. Taronyawagu and Sawiskita are powers. They are equal opposites. As long as the two of them are held together, like the structure of an atom, where the protons, neutrons, and electrons, where the turtle, wolf, and bear are hanging on to each other, by law, only if one of them decides to let go, that person, that one, becomes evil. Because the process of coming together, being bound together, is a good process. We get consciousness, we become alive. We determine ourselves through our own existence. It's a good process. It's proper. Anything outside of it would be to undo us. These are false concepts. Good and evil. This allows stupid people to say, oh, the devil on my shoulder was, the devil made me do it. No, you are the devil. There isn't some bad power or some devil. You are. You are the one that complies with evil. So you are the evil. You're the source of it. It's not somebody else that comes along and manipulates you into accepting their way and you adopt it. It's not them that's evil. It's you. Your mind is evil. Because it comes from the corruption of male dominance, the singularity. What male dominance does, as you know, the two hemispheres of the brain, the thought has to start. Not necessarily the idea, but the thought process has to start from the female side, from the life giver council fire. The life giver council fire looks at it from love, not from law, from love. If it doesn't fit love, forget it. Your law is not going to make whatever it is conform to love, because the women will say, see, it doesn't fit love, forget it. So then, when it gets into the hands of the male, well, we're supposed to comply. The white man has changed our people into thinking like a white man, where we don't comply with our mother's voice anymore. We're, just like the white man, we're raping our own mothers. That's what we're doing now. My people are raping our mother, following the white man. You look at Ganawagi, just like driving through Chattageek. What's the difference in Chattageek? As a matter of fact, you'll see it's even worse here. We here take pride in following the white man. We're proud of it. It's displayed for everyone to see. The white man is this: corruption. In one side of the brain, whatever you want to say, is the male side. The brain is supposed to work from the female side, pass the message across in order to get an answer, and then the two of them in that deliberation, as you know, the council process, then can come to conclusion. What male dominance is that because it needs to have an answer from the other side, male dominance, being in its own self, is like a dog chasing its tail around in circles. So in order to have an answer from a perceived other side, what it does is male dominance is automatically creates a state of schizophrenia. And so that answer that it's looking for is created from the identities that are created as a result of that spatial displacement. Spatial displacement of no longer acknowledging what is there, the physical life giver. So by not acknowledging it, she's displaced. Her power, her thought is displaced out of the mind. And so then the duality is created by the singularity of the male. He creates a false identity, a schizophrenic identity in that one side of the brain in order to answer his question of, should we kill people? And so he answers himself, yes, we should kill people. This is the white man. This is schizophrenia. This is how male dominance overpowers everything within the system. Because we go back again to cellular division, And from that cellular division, we can see the root that if the first one is poison, then all the ones after that that are in that process will be poisoned also. We are dealing with the deepest psychology you could imagine. Like we said, the process of law recital is precision brain surgery. We have opened up your heads and went right into the parts of your brain that need adjustment. Law recital, it's evolution. It addresses everything in our evolution. Even if you don't know what you're getting into, well, that's the trap that you have all stepped into. You want it, you want the truth, and now once you're there, you're gonna find out that if you don't do with the truth, you're the one that is going to pay the price. You will, your own mind. You're at the stage of where you have all the elements to put it back together, where you can think proper. It's your choice. So adding to the rafters is leading to the final one. New or added rafters. No, any version of the law is not going to have this in it. No, all the different versions that are out there, it's not going to have new or added rafters. Because like we said, there has been none. But we have it. Although it may be debated as to the actual time period and whether it was actually adopted through the Grand Council or not, there has been an accepted practice that has been adopted by virtually everyone throughout the Confederacy territories, which is that of reinstatement, whereby it was experienced that since the coming of the other peoples, many of our people have been stolen and enslaved by the foreign invaders. This provides that peoples who fall under this category may approach the longhouse to return home and make their wishes known by putting their name into the well. The council shall then deliberate on the issue, and upon acceptance, shall reinstate and name the individual in the naming ceremony. What ceremony is that? Does anybody know?
Adonwa?
What?
Adonwa?
The Adunwa ceremony. Which part of which ceremonies is that? Does anybody know? Which part of which clump of ceremonies is that?
There's the midwinter, the harvest, and the naming.
Midwinter, harvest, and the strawberry is the only times where there are namings. People of today don't know that those 3 times of namings are actually for the clans. Remember, let's go back to cellular division. Let's go back to the creation story. Let's think natural science. Now from there, we know. Let's go back to this. We'll save a whole conversation. Remember that. This is what we're talking about. Those 3. I don't know if you know those 3. That's what we're talking about. These 3. Who are these 3? Who are they? What are they? Can anybody, who remembers? What are these 3? Sky Woman. Yes, Cardon you all going to Wiskita, but it also represents Sky Woman, Grandma Moon, Mother Earth. Now we know that after that procession, there's 3 females, 3 life givers to get through from spirit to physical manifestation. And then once we're here in physical manifestation, then what happens? Again, we go back to cellular division. Remember, the turtle is the blueprint to cellular division. This shows us the map, the blueprint to the waterverse. This shows me where I am in space and time. It is a map, it is a calendar. It's a blueprint of all creation. So they come into physical being, physical manifestation. It's 3 levels. As you know, 3 phases to everything. I'm going to snap my fingers. There are 3 phases, 3 stages to it. I first have the thought. It's got to travel, meaning it's got to manifest the ability to travel through a body. It's got to manifest the body. And then once it's here, then it is named. Again, you never name a baby. No matter what you think, you never name a baby until the baby is born. You could come up with names, possible names, but those are just possibles. They are not officially named that until they are born, because absolutely any circumstance that will transpire in birth will change the identity of that baby, thereby change the name of that baby. Because as you know, if you put a name on a child of, say, some people are stupid enough to do this. Harun Yuwagu. Everybody knows you are not to name anybody certain name. But if you name somebody that, you're condemning that child. The whole life they will be condemned. So naming is very important. The Adua, the naming ceremony, is one of the 3 sacred ceremonies. So it's clumped together, as you know, with the 4. The first 3, Stoagoa, that's the spirit. That's the act of love between life giver, life protector. Stoagoa, act of love, spirit. That happens, seed in medicine. The seed is planted. It starts to grow. This is the medicine. Love is growing. Only once the seed is planted and the baby is growing, the mother goes through all the naming, all the possibilities while the baby's being formed. These are possibilities of names, not names, possibilities. And then once the baby is here, then the identification of the thing. Well, that thought that I had in my mind and what it formed, the identification of it is, it's called snapping my fingers. This is the baby I just thought of. In creation, the baby comes into existence this way. That's the 3rd sacred ceremony to come into existence. The 4th sacred ceremony of Gayantawana, the bowl game, is to expose yourself to this creation, to law, so that you live in balance within all of it. The most important, the most sacred ceremony of the 4 is the balance, Gayandawana, to balance oneself within this beautiful life. So adoption, or not adoption, reinstatement. Reinstatement is something that is within the realm of paradox. Something that is but can't be. Because once you're dead, you're dead. How can you reinstate into life? Well, this comes back down to the scenario of what looks like 2 people doing one action. Over there, when you come to realize that they're not making love, that that guy is raping her, then you will know that the division in every action, that there is a right and a wrong, in every action. And when you can isolate that down, then you can isolate that wrong. You can actually grab it. It's an invisible thing that you cannot see, you cannot detect, except through thinking the proper way. Only through the proper thinking. And the only proper thinking that anyone on earth can have, I don't care if you're black, white, yellow, brown, purple, if you're from the other side of the waterverse, it doesn't matter. They are bound by the same law. Everybody. And so everybody is bound by the fact that you are responsible for isolating the wrongs in absolutely everything that you do. You have to do that. Isolate the wrongs in what you do. This goes back to what was said yesterday and every day pretty much, is before the words come out of your mouth. There's a counsel process. Counsel on it in your own head. And you're going to find out that most of the words that you are saying, you're not going to say them. You're not going to allow them to come out of your mouth because you're going to end up looking stupid in front of people. You don't want to look stupid. Nobody wants to look stupid. No, do you not do something out of fear of that you're going to look stupid? No, you do something because you can detect and isolate the wrong in everything that you're doing. And when you can do that, you got no fear. If you don't do that, you are fear. You're fear itself. But if you can isolate it wrong, you can take it out of your actions. Every single one of us can do that in our daily action. I'll take you back to this story of what I was confronted with. You all know the story. I was an iron worker at 16. All my life, that's what I wanted. Because my grandfathers, my uncles, my brothers, my father, everybody. And if you were a Mohawk iron worker, you're at the top of the heap. And if you're in a raising gang, that's the top of the heap. That's the dream. That's the dream come true. And if you're booming out, you're living the dream. I was living that dream from 16 years old. And you know what happened. 1980, Ronald Reagan got in and he attacked the Air Traffic Controllers Union. He caused what they called recession, but all the statistics show that it was worse than the depression of the 1920s or whenever it was. He caused depression. My whole family, we're stuck in Phoenix, Arizona with no work. 3 times Ronald Reagan extended the unemployment. I was pretty good. I was collecting. I was living high on the hog, living the dream, not having to work. Back then, I was making $365 a week unemployment. I was living the dream until the one job comes along that was a result of Ronald Reagan stealing from the Superfund that was supposed to go to the repairing of the infrastructure. Instead, what they done was they built nuclear power plants all across the country. All of our people from Ganawagi worked on New Hampshire on Seabrook, on that nuclear power plant. You know, my father's friend, John, that comes here, he was a pusher on that job. Now, I understand what a pusher is. It's not what you're thinking. Drugs. An iron worker, pusher on that job means he was a boss. He was pushing the other men. He was a boss on that job. A friend of my father that comes here all the time. We know him for how long? Well, I knew him all my life. My brothers worked there. I was sent out to Palo Verde with my brother Kevin. Palo Verde, 60 miles outside of Phoenix. The only job, if you don't take it, the union sends you out to the only job. You're not getting another job. So I had no choice. I had to go. Here we are. We're in, it was containment 2. Containment 1 was already done. They were putting the top on the containment. And we're in the, not containment, the tower, cooling tower too. So we go in there and the boss says, okay, go up on the wall. We're got to do rods. That's a step down the ladder for us, for me, you know, iron worker, young, we're in the raising gang, connectors. And now we're going to go do rods. That's stepping down from when you're in that world. But anyways, he says, go up on the wall there. My brother Kevin goes, and boss turns around. What are you doing? I told you what to do. Right then and there, I was confronted. I wasn't even speaking. Words came out of my mouth. I'm not working on a nuclear power plant. You could fire me. You could lay me off if you want, but I'm not working. He didn't know what to do. He didn't want to fire me because there was something bigger going on. You don't know this, but remember what I said about Reagan stole money from the super fund. You don't know what that means. You got no clue what that means. But this was such a huge corruption that everybody in the country that they inflicted this upon, they did not want anyone to, they didn't want anyone's feathers ruffled. So they would not fire me. So they told me, boss said, okay, go stand over there. 2 weeks. I went go stand over there. I'm lifting weights. Everybody else is working. They're on the wall. I'm hidden where if you're on the ground, you can't see me. But all the guys on the wall can see me. I'm lifting weights all day long, just doing nothing. At lunchtime, told you this story. It's a crazy story. There's 5,000 men per shift at Palo Verde. 15,000 men are working. And that job went on for years, well over 10 years, and it's still really going on. Anyways, well, I'm going into work. I'm wearing a white shirt. And I go eat with the men at lunch. They voted me the best dressed iron worker on the job. That was a thing of pride that I wore because that meant everybody knew I was the only person out of 5,000 men that wasn't working. I had it better than the bosses. They were getting paid more than me, but I was the only one not working at all, not doing anything, exactly doing the exact opposite. I was expending energy, not giving it to them. I was taking their energy, putting it into me. I was exercising, working out on their dollar, on their dimes. After 2 months, they sent me into containment 1. And as you know, well, I got to see everything inside the nuclear power plant, absolutely everything. I was right in the heart of the nuke plant. Seen it all. I did not work on it. My brothers on this side of the country were all working on the Seabrook, New Hampshire nuclear plant. After a while, I just stopped going in. After 2 months, I stopped going in. They kept sending me my check for 6 months, just long enough for me to collect unemployment. And then my employment was terminated. Because what you don't know is Superfund. Ronald Reagan, a thief. He was the president. He was a thief. He stole billions of dollars from the entire country. That money was allotted Superfund. If you know back in the 80s, you know buildings in New York City were just coming down, collapsing, left and right, not just one. Many of the brownstones in New York City were coming down because the infrastructure was gone to shit. Infrastructure, meaning the stuff you cannot see. Remember the stuff that I was telling you, what's underneath the cities that you can't see, that I seen building those cities? So that's what got me to the point of deciding the thing that I was so proud of, being a Mohawk iron worker, was a lie, because I was building the machine that's killing Mother Earth. And I'm proud of that. And I identify as a Mohawk. Yes, Mohawks do that because they were created by Britain. But Ganyangahaga doesn't do that. I didn't do that. To the point of where I dropped out of the unions because the union bosses here in Montreal, Jacques Dubois, came onto the job where my friend Louis and I and my brother Kevin were working in the glass plant in Candiac, came right on the job and told us, you can't file on tax exempt anymore. Who the hell are you to tell me? You work for me. He's a union representative. He's paid by me. You can't tell me what the hell I file. But he is in charge of me getting jobs. After that, no more jobs. That's what pushed me under the table to know and realize the true corruption of the union. That's a white man's union to do white man's things here in our land, in our house. There is nothing good in there, not a damn thing. Everything that everybody's so proud of ironworking, they got no clue of what ironworking done to our people. It brought in prostitutes here in Ganawagi. It brought in strippers, white strippers that married native guys that they came from other places, and their kids, white kids, are here from white strippers. You don't know them. I could tell you the name of these people, and you would see the behavior in their offspring today. They brought drugs. Ironworking brought drugs. It brought a lot of debt into our community. I seen it growing up. When I was a kid, it was almost on a weekly basis. There was iron workers coming back from everywhere, Ohio, Kentucky, Arizona, coming back from everywhere with really nice hot rods, nice cars, muscle cars, and they're dead, just like that. And as soon as they get back home, dead. We lost so many people like this. The people of today got no clue of what ironworking done to us. They think it done something good to us. Not at all. You look at what the woman identified from the Quebec Bridge disaster. That's why we stopped speaking French. Prior to that, Ganawagi spoke French. We stopped speaking French because of the Quebec Bridge disaster. Because the reality is that we all knew that was a plan. Because everybody knew in the world, even at that time, that particular bridge design was already proven to have failed. Already proven. That's a fact. Our people knew, looked at it, that this was a setup because this isn't long after the Plains of Abraham. We viewed it as that Quebec took a dirty, underhanded shot at us, which they did. Because you don't know the truth about the Quebec Bridge disaster. And neither do our people. They hid it in crosses at either side of the reserve. They hid the truth in that cross. What? After that, the woman said, the men are not going to be all together anymore on any job. This is when our men, through ironworking, boomed out to New York City, boomed out to Detroit, boomed out to San Francisco. Yes, everywhere that you see these big buildings or landmarks of San Francisco Bridge or Sears Tower or Empire State Building, that's Mohawks of Ganawagi that built all of that. And I'll tell you now that none of that is good. It's all corruption. That's why I dropped my book when his mother became pregnant with him. I said, if I keep my ironworkers book, I'm going to end up doing the same thing my father done. My father wasn't there because he was ironworking. We're ironworkers. They're not with their families. We were convinced by listening to the stupidity of the white man. We were convinced that to take care of our families, we had to leave them. You cannot take care of your family or provide for them when you are gone from them. Going over there to get money, you're not with them, and bring money back over here is not providing. That's not providing. What do we humans need? Yeah, we need food. Oh, Ma can feed us. What is the stuff that we need from Dad? And if Dad's not there, we don't get it. So as an iron worker, I knew that if I kept my iron workers book and my son was born, that I would be inflicting him with the same thing, that I would not be there for him. So I said, I threw my iron workers book away. And I said, even if I have to collect bottles out of the ditch, that's what I'll do to stay home with my son. And ever since, every single day of his life, I am with him. Every single day of his life, I took him to school on his pony every morning. Every single day, I'd go to school, pick him up at lunch, except a few days that I couldn't. Then it was my father, but he was there in this line. He grew up this way. I didn't abandon him. Ironwork is a lie. There's nothing to be proud of building the machine for the white man that kills our Mother Earth. Nothing to be proud in that. There's actually to be disgusted in oneself that we've been tricked to kill, to work for that white man that has killed our people, that is killing Mother Earth. We are that stupid to be tricked to work for him and to build his machine to destroy our Mother Earth. How stupid. That's not ignorance, that is stupidity. So law, knowing law, will give you the ability to have the proper decision in absolutely anything. So, like was said earlier, at the beginning of today, what Gwanurada do? We welcome law. This is what you must do. Welcome it into yourself. Not say, it's something that I want to learn, give me this gift or whatever. No, you got to welcome it in to become you. And when you have law, absolutely every decision that you're going to make in anything is always going to be the right decision. You will never make the wrong decision. And this will prompt other people who are corrupt, only the corrupt ones, it will prompt them to say what they corrupt people of warrior society used to say to my father. Who do you think you are? You think you're always right? Alan Delano, Thomas Delano. This is their words. They used to say that to my father. Frank Nottaway used to say that to my father. You think you're always right? Well, prove it to be wrong. It's not a position that I take. It's not me saying this. If you use law to determine position, prove it to be wrong. Only the stupid people, the corrupt ones, would then present you with something like that. Oh, you think you're always right. You know why people say that? Because they are always wrong. You know why they're always wrong? Because they don't have law. If you have law, you're never wrong. You can't be. So if you welcome in, then you aren't even the one responsible. It's like saying on the equivalent of like what we identified about that you're in the library. It's not your knowledge. You're not responsible for holding all this knowledge. You're in the library. All you got to do is go to the where those cards are and look up. Well, you're looking up whatever. Well, it's in your library. It's not what's in you. You don't have to be that. If you welcome it into you, it will just guide you. You will have access to the library. You aren't the library. You'll have access. This is law. It's how law works. If you welcome it, you have access to all the knowledge of not just this world, but all the knowledge of the waterverse. Today, some of you know, you see that we got no education. But yet somehow we can talk to nuclear physicists and reveal things to them. Somehow we can talk to doctors, reveal things to them, to politicians, to business people, to people in all different levels that we have no education in, but yet we can talk to them and reveal things to them. We don't have their education. We have law. When you have law, everything else fits under that. So all you gotta know is one thing. And by knowing that one thing, you know everything else. You have access to everything else. So the only thing left now is to actually carry out the council process, which we're gonna do tomorrow. And we're gonna council on the ceremony. So tomorrow is the council process. We'll put you all through the motions. You could feel it yourself. You could become familiar with it. And then the next day will be the ceremony. This may be the only time in your life you will have access to this. Maybe, maybe not. This is you, depending on you. But for the most part, it is the last time on earth that you non-native people, white people, will have access to it. Because your ultimatum. We present you with ultimatum. And as you know, we discovered what that ultimatum is the other day. And it has been placed upon you. And whether or not it means anything, it really doesn't mean anything. From your side, the receiver side, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter if you receive it. All that matters is that from our side, we planted that seed. The seed is planted. After that, it's not a matter of your ignorance. It's a matter of your stupidity. Because after that point, you cannot claim ignorance any longer. So in this world, out of 7 billion people, you are maybe a half a dozen people who maybe know what the truth is, what 7 billion people are doing. And now it's your choice that you are either gonna continue with them, which cancels yourself out, or else you're gonna do something about it, because knowing law means that you will not be idle. Don't forget, neutrality is a nonsense. It does not exist. Apolitical does not exist. This is a creation of the religified mind to instill in you to believe that you can be neutral on something. There is no such thing as neutral. Again, neutral means to stay in one place, right? Not to move. You're not moving forward or backwards. You're neutral. So let's look at this line. As you are neutral, evolution never stops. So evolution is constantly moving on. So your perception of being neutral, remaining neutral, is not true, because the reality is the gap between you and evolution is getting bigger. You are not neutral. No, you are going in reverse. There is no such thing as neutrality. There is no such thing as apolitical. The apolitical is a creation of the male dominance of the white man's world, where white man's world is death. It's corruption. So it is they, the white man, that created this lie, false concept of being apolitical. Where in the most people, you don't even know what apolitical is. You probably never even heard of it. You don't even know that you are constantly bombarded by people who identify as apolitical. I bet you don't even know that. In this community, people believe that there are at least 2 longhouses. This is what they believe. And you would believe that longhouse would be, something like what we're talking about, law, that kind of stuff. But one of those longhouses that claim to be longhouse actually identifies themselves as being apolitical. But the people in Ganawagate aren't aware of it. They don't know that you're standing next to a person that secretly is apolitical. What does that mean? What does apolitical mean? Apolitical means they don't take a position on anything. You know what that means? That means they are the most political. That means they accept what the system is doing. They endorse it by saying they're apolitical. Okay, whatever you do, don't worry, we're apolitical, we won't get involved. That means they support the corruption that the ban system is doing. And when you consider that all of them, Mohawk Trail, they all work in that system. They were created by that system. The system built them their longhouse. The people are not ignorant. The people are stupid. So from here, you have a choice to either, you're not going to remain in ignorance. There's motion here. You're either going to become awakened and take your actions, or else you will be stupid. That's your only options now. Those of you who chose to be here through the entirety of law, your actions from here will either be classified as you being stupid or else adhering to law. That's your only two options. Okay, so as far as the body of laws, that's over. Now, at the back of this book, this is a book that we have been working on for the last 150 years. It's where the chiefs had first written down the law, but to know that it was only white people at the time who could write and translate, that whenever we said something like spirit or something, they wrote creator, like what you hear in here. Creator is male. So in this whole document, this isn't the corrected version. We have the corrected version that takes out all male dominant references that addresses that any of those corruptions. And this has been an ongoing process that was concluded now today. But in the bulk of its official capacity, the bulk of it was done within the last finished about 7 years ago. From that, we were going into translating it into Ganyangeha. That's what our last Ganyangeha teacher, George Gilbert, was here for, but he pulled out of that. So now we got bits and pieces that we're going to put together, and this is going to take a while before we're going to have the final written version with the Ganyangeha translation. And all of this has an introduction to it. You don't know about the introduction, but the introduction is 14 pages long, just the introduction. It tells you of the history of where we got to right up till now. And at the back is the validation. Now, this, of course, only applies to when there is the written version, which all of you will get. Anybody who was here is going to get the written version. But at the end is the validation, just so that you know that there won't be any surprise. Okay, the Ganyangehaga Traditional Council cannot emphasize enough that though this updated version may be the most complete written version to date, it is only a point of reference, the same way in which a condolence cane is utilized. Only a point of reference for the person who's speaking to remember. So this is not law. Understand that, everybody. A book is not law. The law is a living thing. You have to be living it, practicing it, functioning within it to be able to identify what the laws are. Because the person who is not within those laws, they can't identify. They can give reference to, there's laws. But even for them to articulate what those laws are, they can't. So it is just a reference. It's not law. The only way to learn this law in its entirety is to experience the living, breathing process of the oral tradition in an officially sanctioned recital such as what took place between us and the 207 Longhouse here in Ganawagi in 1999, wherein it took a total of 16 days to complete. Only 16. Since then, as you know, we expanded. We went on 26 days. The previous 4 law recitals took 26 days, morning till night, to complete. But a very specific reference in here as to what took place in 1999, which people from Ganawagi have no clue as to what happened, as to that there was a reunification process that was happening between us, the warrior society that was divided at the time already. They were falling apart. It was between us and the people at the 207 at the time. It was Selma, her protege, like I said, what's her name? Lynn Norton. And at the time, even let's see, Kenneth Deere was one of their representatives. They had that Macumber guy, Cookie Macumber's son. I don't know what his name is. Anyways, they were there. A whole bunch of them. The whole 207 was there. But they do not tell their children that there was a reunification process that culminated in a joint law recital, where my father and Louis Hall were supposed to be the ones reciting the law. But Louis Hall pulled out of it. Didn't follow through with his agreement. They do not tell their children this. They do not know, have no idea of their history of what they call Longhouse. So it's identified in here specific as to what took place here in Ganawagi in 1999. The shortest recital that I have personally participated in was at the late Aunt Jock's place in the Mohawk territory of Akwesasne in 1987, which due to time restraints took only 5 days. The longest recital that has taken place in probably over the last 100 years, which I have personally participated in, was at the Longhouse up the hill here in Ganawagi territory of Ganawagi, taking a total of 21 days. So you know when this was written? This was written in between the 99 and the since then. Let's see, the previous 4 20 years, they bring us to 2002. Since then, you know that the recitals have become even longer. We must also make clear that only one person who is within the circle of the great peace can conduct a recital. For the great law of peace is a living, breathing entity that lives only where it is upheld and exercised. Due to the fact that there are formidable forces which want to destroy this law by manipulating its contents to suit their own needs, we find it necessary to protect the validity of this document by limiting its distribution to officially sanctioned copies that are signed by the following in such a way of the Ganyangahaga Traditional Council here in Ganawagi and stamped with the official seal of the 5 Nations Confederacy. If you have a document that is not signed and sealed in the following way, it is not a sanctioned copy and is invalid. To the faces yet beneath the earth. This is what we leave as our legacy. That the white man came here to destroy the truth. Our people have abandoned the truth. We hold on to the truth and we make it in such a way that we pass it on to all. Because law identifies that all people of the earth can retrace the great white roots to the base of the tree. And if their hearts are true and pure, and if they identify that they are willing to abide by the rules of the Confederacy, then they may take shelter beneath the great tree of peace. This is everybody's right. It is not limited to me or Ganyangahaga or 5 Nations. This law was given for all people of the earth. This is your legacy. It is yours. It is not yours because you are white It is not yours because the corruption that white has become in separating itself from the realities of creation. And so if you are white in that way, this is not your legacy. If you are white in the way of correcting what the white has become, then this is your legacy. You have now a choice. Prior to this, you did not have a choice. Now you are given an option. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe 20 days. The longest ever on the formation of the league. 9 days in the formation. 1999, when we had the joint law recital at the 207. Yeah, we were there the first day. There's Alan, Thomas, Paul, Arthur Montour, Mataway, so what this came here before he died, told my father, told us, came here and said, over there, there's nobody. Mataway, when he died, let's see, everybody thinks, well, he was Warrior Society, 207. How come when he died, he didn't allow any of them to bury him? How come he requested my father and I to bury him, to take care of him? At that law recital, first day, we're at the Warrior Society house. It's all of them. I said myself to Paul, Alan, Thomas, Arthur, and also Myron Clute. Yous do it. Use the creation story, first day. Yous do it. This is your people. They'll more listen to you than us. None of us know it. Yous do it. So my father and I had to do the creation story at the 207, which was supposed to be a joint law recital. So the next day, when we're going, creation story didn't take long. Next day, formation of the league. Again, we say the same thing. You do it. It's your people. They'll listen better to you. Again, all of those guys said the same thing. None of us know it. You do it. So we had to do the formation of the league. At that time, formation of the league took half a day. Here it took 9 days. In the past, it was the law that took the majority to get us to 26 days. Formation of the league was done in less than half a day. So law was at least 24 days. But this time, 9 days of formation and 11 days of law. Remember what we identified at the beginning of the year with the garden. The garden, the ceremonial garden tells us it's not a sustenance garden. It tells us. And so this year it told us that it shifted from love, from corn, to a young one. Shifted from the heart to the mind. And so the focus is survival. We don't have time for love anymore. Now we got to think. We got to think our way out of this mess that we find ourselves in, this trap that we have stepped into. And the only way to think our way out of this mess is to have the proper thinking process. And so the proper thinking process is what we will go over tomorrow. You have theory of law and all of that, how it's supposed to happen, clans, all of that stuff. You got theory. So tomorrow, practical application of council process. This will be, you'll be in the physical example of how to think properly in your own mind, to where words aren't coming out of your mouth that make you look stupid, make you sound dumb in front of everybody, but where only truth is going to come out of you from now on. This is your option. You now have an option. Oh, okay, before we close, if there's anything anybody's got to say, no, that's the end of the law, but it's not the end of the law recital, so we're not closing the law recital. As you know, it was just said, there are 2 more days, and then that's it. 2 days left. Okay, so before we do close for the day, a lot of stuff happened, a lot of stuff said today. We didn't break for lunch because we were on our sprint. And in our sprint, we just keep running. We don't stop, we don't let up. And now this is what you are gonna do. You're gonna run and you're gonna see that evil and you're gonna fight onto it and you're not gonna let go. You're gonna be like the wolf. You're not gonna let go. You're gonna bring this thing down to the ground. Together, this is what we're gonna do. Together, we can heal our mother. All the corruptions and all the wrongs that are done, only we can heal it. No one else on earth is taking action. No government, no organization, no institution is gonna take the action that that only we can take. So now you're gonna rise to be a human. You're not gonna stay being a white person. You're gonna rise to being a human. You're gonna find responsibility in this world and you're gonna put it into action. If not, you're gonna be and remain a white person. Just that is what you will be. So, if there is anything anybody wants to say now, before we close up for the day, well, it's open. We're gonna go through the official process again. And if you don't want, you don't have to. So you just pass it on. There is no necessity for anyone to say anything.
I just want to thank you for all the natural knowledge. Thank you. I'm really grateful here. It's such a privilege. I to hear this process. And what touched me a lot today was their integration of that process. And I think to myself, I cannot integrate because I was not part of at the beginning. So I tried to figure it out. Maybe we should go to the more sacred symbol and have a way in order to words again and in a more way get rid of the corruption that today.
We don't hear
Okay.
nothing, huh?
What?
We barely hear them.
Down here? Okay, if any of you are gonna speak, try to speak loud. Speak where they can hear you. Okay, so basically what she just said, in a nutshell, what really struck her today is the ability for reintegration.
what is identified as reinstatement. But she identifies that she doesn't think that she's like eligible for that because she wasn't here from the beginning, coming from like a non-native perspective, thinking that there's no reintegration. Yes, there is reintegration for all of us, for everybody. We have all been hoodwinked. Think of this process of a woman who is getting raped. We can't imagine what her life is never the same. Can she ever love again? Can she ever be loved? I don't know. But she has been raped. And that's not her choice. Something has been done to her. So it's that monster's fault. It's that white man that puts us in a place of where everyone on earth has to wonder about, can we be reintegrated into humanity? It is not your fault. We got to understand through law, we can identify fault, blame. And if we are a victim, then we can undo what that victimization has done to us. Can a woman push out the rape experience? I don't know. But after that point, we all got responsibility to overlove her, to overcompensate, to take care of her more. All of us have this responsibility right now to take care of them, to heal Mother Earth, regardless of how much we did put our hand up when we said, yes, we're killing Mother Earth. If you don't rise to reintegration now, there's no reintegration for the faces yet beneath the earth. Don't forget about faces yet beneath the earth. We know we're in a deadline here, that we can see it in, not forget about our lifetime, we can see it in this decade. By the conclusion of this decade, we will see it. So reintegration now, yesterday, is your goal. And as the law identifies, to all people, again, these roots spread around the earth. And anybody can trace these roots to its base. And if you have been outside of law because of extenuating circumstances, and especially if you are a woman in this world, every woman in this world has had their experience bastardized by that white man. Absolutely every woman on earth for the last couple of thousand years. If you don't rise up to reintegration now, how many more generations do you think you got? How many generations can all those women who were raped, how many generations can they wait for their children to come and save them? How long before you're just too far away from the flashpoint to even care, to even know? Your reintegration must happen yesterday. So yes, it is there for you. It's there for everybody. And like you said, these things that should be there, it will depend on you. Naming will be there. The people will name you if you walk that back. Let's see the white people become human. If this happens, we will step forward to embellish you, to welcome you into this new phase of your evolution. This is what we will do for you. What will you do for us? Not us people, but for us. This is the challenge of those who are white.
I would like to rise up and take this challenge, and I will give my best to accomplish it. And yeah, to become the best version of myself, become a human.
Oh, now this is two-row wampuming. This is what two-row wampuming is. to extend out the two-row wampum to those who don't even know of it, who don't even know that they're lost in the world. Two-row wampum will bring the people back and will pull them out of the woodwork. The people will return.
I'm from Birmingham. I'm grateful for all this reminder of being human, and right now here in SoCal, Quebec, SoCal, Montreal. It's getting worse and worse every day. And basically, well, that I used to know is not, it's not manifested. Then I can see there's one more male dominance in everything conversation, which much different from everywhere around the world. They all are under male dominance. I can extrapolate from that. There's more and more male dominance here. And so 20 years ago, like you were there, first, free, and today I went more narrow. So, thank you for this reminder. It made me, it made me hard to hear, the plunge with that, this, white mind is, getting, really everywhere now. So we have to make the effort to stand up right and be in I would say but firm. It's not about putting in fight, it's not about being wired, it's about it's about being wired, but not in that people today. So it's about integrity. Stand in our truth.
I don't know if if it was able to pick up the sound. Were you able to hear it? Okay, well then I don't have to translate. Repeat it.
I'm not told. Great-granddaughter of refugees, the granddaughter of death, the daughter of school. I act as temporary Berkshire representative in the Life First Nation. I want to share that I completely trust this process. I've benefited so much from the teachings, from the love that exists, from the truth that exists here. And I submit myself to the whole process. And I want to be also part of that reintegration into the living, into the truth of my being. All the corruption that we suffered as a collective, I now know that I'm part of that collective and I'm committed to feel the collective truth, feeling me to sing the truth of who I am. And I'm willing to do everything. I commit my entire life of learning of the great law of peace and to be fully representing the power of my creatress, to be fully representing the love that my mothers and all my lineage intended for me, and the truth that they wish for all of us to be affecting this into the world. It's a great honor. I thank your mother. I thank your lineage. I thank everyone that stayed true to those teachings as they are still available today. And I commit my entire life to this process. I let it be a correction of who I am and the truth I have to see. I'm fully committed to this because I know that whatever is inside of me as poison and is not representing the love of my mother has to be removed. And I will see this process as a great privilege and a great healing. And I align myself with that process and I'm grateful for that process. And I honor the love, I honor the truth of this process. And I'm eternally grateful not only for myself, but for all my ancestors who carry the good mind who brought me here. And I also want to honor Sky Woman, Grandma Moon, my Mother Earth, all the life givers, everything that was given to me to have all the tools to work towards that truth and to establish that truth once again on our Mother Earth. And Nyawago.
Now I'll go to my, first of all, to Brian, who brought me here. Now I'll go to all of the people that, before I came here, that taught me so much. But I also want to recognize that now that I'm here and I have had the opportunity to hear the law in the way that we have heard it, had the opportunities to grow in my understanding. Long ago, I forgot that for this long house. For that, I would like to, I expect to steward because I've been around people for 30 years, that I hadn't said anything prior to this. About the basic tree and the pledge because I felt that for years, I had done that years ago, with people that I would identify as being from warrior society. So I would like to, pledge that today that I would like to, make it known that I am all of my being, myself, my daughter, all of the generation, my generation. So I placed myself there. And I hold all of you responsible for giving me and myself responsible for making the corrections that I need. I recognize what I need, but to stay there and hold on.
Mhm. Mon nom est Alain Christian Marquis Bergeron. Je suis le petit-fils de Marie-Anna Boutier and the proud child of Jacqueline Marquis. Je remercie grand-maman Lune, le Femme Ciel, la Terre-Mère de m'avoir amené sur le chemin pour revenir à la Maison Longue à l'automne 2021.
I thank Sky Woman, Grandmother Moon, and Mother Earth that bring me back on this path in 2021 to get back to the Longhouse.
J'apprécie énormément l'instruction, le knowledge que j'ai reçu encore lors de ce récital de la Grande Loi de la Paix.
I appreciate very much the teachings, the instruction, and the knowledge that was transmitted during this recital.
L'instruction, pour moi, c'est le knowledge, puis l'éducation, pour moi, c'est le behavior.
So instruction for me is knowledge, and education is behavior.
How to behave. Et évidemment, tout au long de ma parcours, j'ai pas toujours su comment bien agir.
And during all my process, I didn't know always how to properly act.
La Grande Loi de la Paix nécessite un engagement.
The Great Law of Peace needs for us to commit
Pour comprendre la profondeur de la réalité de ce qui peut nous permettre de devenir des êtres humains à part entière.
for us to understand the deepness of reality that makes us human.
J'aurais aimé être plus présent de mes engagements,
I would have preferred to be more present for my commitments,
mais je vais assurément m'employer à revoir le contenu de tout ce qui a été présenté par la Maison Longue.
and I will revise all the content that was presented by the Longhouse.
Je remercie encore une fois la Maison Longue pour sa guidance,
I thank again the Longhouse for its guidance,
pour faire en sorte que dans l'esprit, dans l'esprit du wampum à deux voix,
that in the spirit of the two wampum,
on puisse apporter les correctifs nécessaires dans la société québécoise pour ramener les lois naturelles au cœur de notre organisation sociale.
so that we can Quebecers bring back at the center the natural law and bring it back in the center of our society.
J'étais très heureux d'entendre la Maison Longue mentionner que nous allions recevoir une copie du texte sur lequel nous pourrons nous inspirer pour vivre la Grande Loi de la Paix.
I'm really happy that it was said that we will receive a copy of the text of the law for me to be inspired about by it.
A copy of the text so that we can apply the law. Et il a été des questions d'ailleurs au cours des dernières journées que nous allions créer des focus groups pour vraiment s'imprégner de toute la portée d'une telle loi.
And it was discussed in the past days that the focus group would be created to
me the possibility to integrate the law.
Ce que je retiens de ma participation sporadique à la Grande Loi de la paix,
What I retained from my patchy participation
c'est que tous et chacun d'entre nous, collectivement,
is that every one of us collectively,
on doit s'engager
we need to commit
dans l'action
in action
pour bâtir le monde que nous voulons.
to build the world that we want.
Un monde détaché de corruption,
A world that is detached from corruption
abus de pouvoir et de responsabilité et d'assurer que les gens soient imputables de leurs actions.
oppression and to assure that people would be responsible for the action.
Thank you.
Well, there's a young man sitting there. He may not have been here all the while, but he's here now. So he doesn't have to say anything, but it has to pass through him anyway.
I'm Angèle, daughter of Jean Mans, granddaughter of Jeanne Aimé, great-granddaughter of Marianne. I'm also the temporary Total Town representative of the Life Givers Nation. Although through being part of the Life Givers Nation, I commit myself to integrate the great law in my life. I just wanted to make clear that I'm completely in it, raise up to the challenge to be a human, improve myself. It's a path that I took 10 years ago, and it's pretty addictive to be better each day. And finding solutions to make sure that people takes responsibility for their action and correct. That's what's missing, taking responsibility to the base for everything. So I commit myself to this process. Since the last 2 weeks, I would say, I feel a big shift inside of me, an easiness to correct, a solution that are easy to see, to detach myself from corruption. I was scared before to do some action. Now I'm not. There's a power that I got from this recital that I didn't know I would, and I'm really thankful about it. I'm thankful for all the teaching that show how much love is free, in the sense that you just give it like that, even though we were really we made so much atrocities towards people here in your lineage, and this has to be corrected, of course. I feel it deeply now. This pure love, I feel it deeply now through you and your mother. So I'm really thankful about that. I'm fully committed to this process.
My name is Merrick. I'm the son of Paula. I'm the grandson of Goldie, and I'm the great grandson of Doreen. I'm here under the temporary protection of the Bear Clan. They spoke of this responsibility that I have, that we all have, but that I have, to address the insanity that's in the world right now. And to do it now, well, we can. For our faces yet meeting here. And this is a responsibility that I've felt my whole life since I was a kid. And as I've grown older and learned more about my own history, about the history of the white man, my people, right? And what we're still a part of, the weight of that responsibility has grown heavier and heavier. And I've felt ill-equipped to deal with it. But that's what I've gotten from here, is this tool of law to be able to address the corruptions that I have been and am still a part of, but not for long. So I welcome law. I know I don't know all of what that means yet, but I'm gonna take this a leap of faith, we'll call it, or a calculated step, and trust in this process, and trust in law. And so thank you for carrying this. I know I only know a fraction of how much of a challenge that's been. But I'm here and I'll stand for this challenge, and I'll rise to it. I've spoken. So, oh.
My name is Celine. I'm the daughter of Ferret, the granddaughter of Cécile, the great-granddaughter of Rosanna and Livia. I'm also the mother of Roxanne. When I met the Longhouse, it was under the presentation of the book on peace that was written. And I also listened to that moon ceremony. And that's when I pledged the Longhouse that I'd be walking again along beside you and gave tobacco. I want this recital to, I take this opportunity to renew that pledge. And I really feel the integration of the law. When I heard it for the first time at the Life Givers Nation, which I'm presently a temporary member of the Wolf Clan, I listened to it and it was like I was hearing that I was finally home. I then pledged to fast for 4 days and reread that law and integrate it even at a deeper level. And then practice it in the everyday with my family, my daughter, the ones acquaintance that I'm with, the one I work with the Life Givers Nation, and bring my observation as to what I was feeling through, how it was integrating my DNA. I was introduced in my dreams, some answers and some reflection to have upon. Go through this recital. I fast again the day before and the 3 first days of the recital so that I would bring my body, my mind, and my spirit at a proper level to integrate it even better or at a different realm. And it was sure came to the table of different things that I was able to
to feel and to make connection between different wanting, connection with different things that I've gone through and that I've not gone through. What needs to be replenished with love for my spirit to raise above the best of me that I was yesterday, the best of me that I am today, and that I will be tomorrow. I did not have a son, and I asked the longhouse once if the son takes care of the mother. I had a daughter. Who will take care of me? And he said, you take care of all the man, and the man will take care of you. And this year, when I stopped working about 6 months ago, I wanted to do what I've done in the past, some healing stick, and I wanted to do one for the man. Not having a son is like missing a rib. Like I was saying to Merrick, those hugs every morning. I don't get those. They were welcome. We need the love of those protectors, but in a good way. You don't rape my sisters. You don't take the fruit of my daughter before it's ripened, and that she asked for your love. Otherwise, you can't call that love. You could only call that you're taking. You're taking away. By doing that stick, I felt the corruption, but especially what caused you to the protectors to be afflicted, that you afflict that upon yourself. All those people that committed suicide because of you. All those women that were not even confident anymore to have daughters because they thought they were dirty. All those young mothers that were about to give birth, who they were inflicted upon them, didn't want that to have, to put those kids, to give birth to those kids if they were gonna live the same thing they did. Little did I know, and it took me many years to find out that my mother had been one of those. And I was glad that in my spirit, there was no room for that. But I looked at all those girls in my grades at school. I looked at my sisters. I looked at my daughter. How the market, the economy, everything that rolls around what is a woman supposed to look like to look good in the man's eyes. And I always thought that was very pitiful. I always said to myself, I want the protector to love me for who I am, what I bring to this realm. It comes from my heart. I want to love you, to cherish you, to bring more to your life. And I want to be around people that does the same towards me. Not that I will avoid you, you will yourself not feel comfortable around me. Some don't, never had love. Need to be massaged to even receive love. I hold them dear in my heart. Anything I could bring that would soothe them. I make intention, I give in my thoughts, I give all I want, I could give. Because I know that that's what heals me as well. And those warm things are really revealing. I was never one to acknowledge the people that was proning their big success, how they humiliate someone else. Because I was one that was bullied at school. So I always felt the ones that was being bullied. As a teacher or an educator, I also do the same thing. And bring upon the love to the one that was the bullier, because he also needed that love, that comprehension. Bring about in the spirit what was left out, what was taken away. So in that stick, I did carve, and each time I was carving, I was also putting it in my heart. So those 60,000 bison that was killed, those mountains that was changed into those high rise, the water that you polluted. And then I carved the pine with the all of what that you could kill with, and put them underneath the white pine as a symbol. Then I went on to remember our three clans, because I really feel by going through those three clans that it's a process that is so much needed. It makes so much sense. You don't feel you take upon all the responsibility. You take your responsibility. You believe in the others to take theirs. And it feels right. So I carved the turtle, the wolf, and the bear. And that man that is finally recognizing what he's gone wrong in his life. That stone that is a super 7 stone represent the tear that needs to be shed for their heart not to be so hard. They were always taught not to cry. Why was that? So you find the shoulder to cry on. You need to cry. Cry it out. Cry that corruption you put upon this realm. Cry out. Let it out. Oh.
Luego, rigidit sta soko, acceptare después panchita, la acceptare en después celta, rapo técnico montaje, mexican guanerista, que no está bien y aquí no está lista, no tojará que ganó cesne, la viña gaja, ganó wagen, le wiki montaje, no vara que gawanoge. I thought of that, but I am glad that that happened. Wow. It's been I would say quite of a long journey to come here Since the first time that I put the step here in this territory, I still remind myself we were on a protest downtown Montreal, and the Ganyangaha Traditional Council was there saying that something had to be done. And at the end, I was with a friend there that she had already been coming here. And she said, what can we do to help? And I was just with her. And that's how it all started. I started coming here and I started like learning and knowing more about the people. And I would have never imagined that that day I would be like embarking on a journey of so many other things. The path that our ancestors have traveled for so many centuries. All of the pain and suffering that has been inflicted. And at the same time, all of the hope and all of the resilience that has been developed. I just want to give thanks and acknowledge the love of the Sky Woman and of our Grandma Moon and our Mother Earth that are so beautiful to still keep working in spite of every craziness that they see their grandkids doing. I want to acknowledge the bloodlines that have kept it in their hearts and in their minds to be loyal to the truth of the law of this land. And I just want to be the best instrument to that law. So yes, I want to welcome that law. Like, if there's a wave, you just go under that wave to come out at the other side. And if that's the law, that breath that is going to allow you to grab onto it to be able to continue, that's the only thing that is going to keep ourselves alive. So yes, Niawagoa for the law, Niawagoa for the realization, Niawagoa for the correction. And there's many things that are wrong, many. And we are there to correct them and to correct ourselves first. So I give thanks for the love of my mama, for the love of my grandma, for the love of all of my line, my bloodline, and for all of the ancestors that suffered. We push away all of the corruptions that they could have had, that could have been inflicted on them. And we just grab onto what is good and right and proper. And with that love, we continue, we advance. And yes, I take up on the challenge of becoming that unwe that we are supposed to be. To get out of that robotic program that they have instilled in us and be that true being that we are supposed to be. Niawagoa. Kahawano dyan yung dadget ko eh. Tanata yun eh. Ano? Sinarate. Dadget ko eh. Diskara wage. Sinawan.
Hello, all my relatives. My name is Flying Star. I'm the great granddaughter of Marie, the granddaughter of Hilda, the granddaughter of Evelyn, the daughter of Mary, sister of Debbie, and the mother of Crystal. I wasn't expecting to even think that I would speak today. But to listen to all of you, share your truth. I honor that. I hear all of your words and I have respect for what you shared here today. And, you know, I just have to think over the last 20 days, like I've received great healing here. You know, I remember it being specifically day 17 when all the things that I carried with me here were put to rest. And I had received complete understanding, but it didn't come until day 17. And that gave me complete peace. I didn't have to think about something anymore. Because from the moment I got here, I've been surrounded by love. From the moment I got here, I've been receiving medicine. And I sleep under the pine. Just to be outside every day and to be with Sky Woman and Grandmother Moon, like to be able to see her and to feel her power and her love. You know, what words can I say to describe that? And yes, I do come from, I am that child that was not a child. You know, where they almost, you know, I was talking with someone yesterday, it's probably married, you know, about part of the grief that I carry. It's not just mine. It's my daughters, it's my sisters, it's my mothers, it's my grandmothers. But I had to go through that healing as to be able to integrate their pain within me. Because the first healing that I had to do was to heal my relationship with my mother. And again, this comes back to what I carried here. Because I see in my own daughter the fear that I have with my mother. And whatever that is, I don't want it to go to my granddaughters. So that's what I'm showing them. No matter what you've been through in your life, or maybe the love that you didn't experience, it's still possible to have all of those things, to reach your potential of what you were meant to be. It's always there, always. Even if I had no one to show me, somehow I discovered it myself. Spirit came to me. That's how it happened. Because I've never been disconnected to my ancestors. I just had to wake up. And that's the love that flows through me to my family and to my grandchildren and to those that are yet beneath the earth. I'm the first generation
to say to wake up, to find out, who am I? Am I that little girl on her knees praying to Jesus? That was the only way that I was shown, to not know nothing of who I am, because it was all erased from me visually. I take it back. And that's something that I did not have when I got here. I had the conviction. I had the loss. I had the pain of what was taken from me, that I thought was taken from me. And in that vein, I have no forgiveness, no forgiveness. That part is true. Because it fuels me. And one of the things in my life that my own daughter, my family, anyone that knows me, they know that I come from a place of being silent, of being oppressed. First, it was put on me through every message I received from patriarchy, religion, education system. I was told over and over and over again that I'm lower than you. I'm not equal to anyone. It's the complete opposite message of being a life giver. The complete opposite message. And then when you are abandoned or neglected, you receive that message over and over again. But to rise above through all of that and find spirit and love for your own self as a human being, no one can ever take that away from you. And that's what I'm going to give to my grandchildren and those yet to come. No matter what you've been through, there's still love. Because I've gained a relationship with grandma. I love her. I have asked her for help where there was no one. And she helped me. She pulled for me what needed to be healed. And the love and the gratitude I have for that is, there's no limit to it. All I ever have to do is follow my heart. Because my heart, what I learned, was given to me from my mother. Everything comes from my mother. Even my words come from my mother. But I have the ultimate within me, Skywalker. So there's no words for what I can say in terms of my gratitude. The experience and the journey that I went through here has put that intergenerational pain to rest. Because I turned that into power. I pick up my power. And no matter what, because of what I had to go through to come here, I cannot hide who I am. I cannot be silent any longer. And what I have fueling me is that connection to my family, my daughter, my sister, my own mother, who never got to speak. There's no decision to be made because it's already been made. There's nothing I need to think about. There's no struggle in which I need to come to some answers. It's already been laid out. All I gotta do is follow the truth. And have the courage to repeat it. And that I have because I have no fear anymore. The last bit of fear got left when I walked here onto this land territory. There's no more fear. Just love. Which.
Well, as was identified, that law takes the individuals into collective consciousness. And as you find that, I don't know if we talked about this yesterday or if it was last night, so I'm just going to repeat it. Yesterday we were talking about evolution and we talked about how we were dinosaurs and stuff like that. And somebody said, well, their brains were smaller or something along those lines. And I responded, I says, oh yeah, this is what you think. You think intelligence is based within the size of the brain of an individual. But then we identified, you look at birds, when hundreds of thousands of them all together in one instance are moving exactly the same way in the sky. What you're looking at is not individual knowledge of saying, hey, I'm going to follow you and that one's going to follow that one, and they're going to follow this one and that. No, what you're looking at is collective consciousness. So the size of the individual brain does not reveal the intellectual capacity at all, because our intellectual capacity is not limited by our individual brain. It is limited by our ability to achieve collective consciousness, because it's in collective consciousness where the true intellectual abilities are found, where you will find your true self in the collective consciousness. So you consider, well, let's look at, we think our brain is big, so we associate a certain level of intelligence to the size of a brain. So let's associate that, or let's think about then the size of a brain of a bird. Birds that can interlink over hundreds of thousands of them together in a collective consciousness to all do something together in one instance. Where can we do that? Do we have that level of intelligence? So the level of intelligence is not measured by the size of a brain. It's not measured by what you think you see. Just like the spirit of something is not measured by what you think you see. And so collective consciousness is much more, offers much more to you than your own individual little brain can comprehend or imagine. Collective consciousness, I tap into what you know, which is tapped into what she knows and what he knows and what everybody knows. And all of a sudden, any one of us knows absolutely everything. There is nothing that we cannot know. Because all of us, again, simply neurons in the brain. Quite simply, we are the neurons on our Mother Earth. And she communicates from the life force that she emits, and that communicates to each one of us. So each one of us, if we rise to our individual power within that collective, the collective consciousness will be the strongest intelligence on our Mother Earth. It will return back to that, where over the entire land, there was one collective consciousness, one brain functioning through every council, through the runner system, interconnecting each community, each clan. Everybody knew in an instance what was happening, what the agenda was, what the plan was, what we were doing. Everyone throughout the land, a collective consciousness, a neural network from person to person, clan to clan, nation to nation, confederacy to confederacy, throughout from north to south. And as you know, you're only going to hear it from us, because nobody else remembers that all of our confederacies, our collective consciousness met every 50 years in Mayan territory. From all the confederacies, north and south, would come
every 50 years, just as we do our every 5 years, our assessment of ourselves. And this is how throughout Turtle Island, north and south, the only place on earth, the only place on earth where people have achieved peace, where people have achieved collective consciousness and found their individual power. You can only be individual by you exposing yourself to collective. By finding your place in the collective, you will find what your individual power is. But if you are released into this world as an individual, you will find nothing, because there is no brain capacity within the individual other than what will fit in your brain. And if your brain is already divided by male dominance, then what is going to be in your brain? Nothing. You are going to be dumb as a rock, as what this entire non-native world is. So you will either remain or you will meet ultimatum. Ultimatum is you are being pushed into your evolution. If you do not accept it, your evolution, then you will do the opposite of evolution. You will devolve. And so all of our words here today are coming from a vast array of our experiences. It's coming from two sides of this great corruption that has spanned this entire earth. And yet you still hear the love, the peace. You still hear, you still see it being extended. Your words mean nothing to us. Remember what was said? Your opinion means nothing. I don't care to hear your opinion, just as your words that you state is an opinion that I don't care to hear. And we told people, this is not for testimony. It's not for you to give a testimony. That's your personal opinion. I don't care about your personal opinion. The words that you say is your personal opinion. You say it here in the public arena. The test is going to be if your words become true. If your words become true, then together we will be able to do something. Something about our collective circumstance that we are all confronted with. We are not trusting you. Understand that. Native people do not trust you non-native people, not as far as we control you. That's it. Even, we don't even trust you that far. So your words of commitment are not words of commitment to us. It's a word of challenge to yourself. Challenge yourself. Rise to your own challenge. These words that you say here to me, to us, mean nothing to us. They're good words to hear. And anybody else would love to hear them and say, yay, good words. We've heard good words from white people ever since we've come into contact with white people. So your good words mean nothing. If you make your words take physical form, then there is a possibility. But it is not I that have to make anything take physical form, because I already am that physical form. It is you, not just you, the people here that we are speaking to. I understand that yous are brave. Yous are brave just to sit here for 20 days and to hear me coming down on you every day. Calling down the white man? No, I'm not calling him down. I am pointing out facts, ugly facts about himself. And anybody who associates themselves with him, you're just as ugly as him, whether you are a woman or a man. The corruption is, there is so much that has become ugly. Women have become ugly just like their oppressors, the male that is dominating over them. Black people have become just as ugly as the white man that has enslaved them. This is the craziness of the confusion of what words are and what you believe. Again, we go back to reality and perception. So the reality is that something is offered to you. You don't have to comply with it. You don't have to come into order with it. But when is given the chance for you to offer your words, the words are the same here. From us, it's the same. From you, it's the same. Our words are all the same. Right now, we cannot see if we are actually coming together or not, because we're still just right here in this oration. So the test will be, if you are going to rise, and if you are going to work, then you are going to work with us. And if you are going to work with us, then you are going to listen. And what we are working on, you know, we are going to Grandma Moon. We are not working on something for our people, my nation, my clan, my family. We're not working on something for her people or your people. We're working for something that is for to heal our Mother Earth. We are going to the moon. We are not bothering our minds with nonsense and the little things that everybody else on this earth is falling into. We are going right to the heart of the issue. We're dealing with that. If you want to awaken, if you want to get on board, if you want to do something, this is the only way we will work with you on board 100% in defense of our grandmother moon, starting now, right now. Your words are just words to me. If you want them to be real, then this is the path. We are going to fight to defend and to save Grandma Moon from the colonization, the industrialization, militarization, the colonization that has destroyed Mother Earth. We are going to save Grandma Moon from that insanity that Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, others, the billionaires that have been stealing the money out of your pockets for the last 2 years, where world wealth went down to zero, nothing, but a few people have the bazillions of dollars stolen out of your pocket that they are sending straight into colonization of Grandma Moon. Your words are going to be true. This is what you're going to fight for. If not, get the hell out of here. We don't want to see you. We have no reason to be connected to white people. If your words will be true, this is what you will do. We are going to work 100% together in defense of Grandma Moon. There will be, because of us, no colonization of Grandma Moon. If there is not us working on this, there will be colonization of Grandma Moon. And the moment that they do one more thing on the beating heart of Grandma Moon, that will be the trauma that stops the heart from beating. That will be the trauma that stops your experience here in this realm. This realm is a link in a chain. You take out this link out of the chain, the whole chain is useless. Yes, you can kill creation. You can kill the Great Spirit by killing the physical manifestation. And so we are not going to waste our time working to defend this wetland or that forest or that river. No, because we'll be working forever. And by the time we're done, we will have gotten nowhere and we'll be at square one again. So we're going to go to the heart and deal with one issue that's going to affect all issues on earth, that is destroying life. This is what great law of peace is for. Not for people to sit on their asses and to claim that they're so good because they have great law of peace. What the hell do they do with great law of peace? Not a goddamn thing. No one has great law of peace. You will be the people who will have great law of peace. Imagine white people having great law of peace only if you work 100% of your entire existence to save Grandma Moon, because that's the only way you're going to undo everything that was done here collectively by the white man. This is the only way. This is the word now that we live by. If not, like I said, get the hell out of here, white people. We don't need to see you. We don't care to see you. We don't want you around. You are not welcome unless it's under these conditions. Do you understand those conditions? That's the only way we're accepting you, the only way we're working with you. Get your agenda set straight in your head. Yes, this is love, but you know what it is now? It's tough love. Because you screwed it up. And now to fix it, it's gonna be tough love. You're the ones that are gonna feel the toughness. You are the ones that are gonna have to deal with all the ugliness, not us. You will deal with your people. This is what great law of peace is for. To pulling chaos all together in the center and to create order again, to put it back to order. That's our role in this world, nothing else. Don't forget, you are here in a Wolf Clan house. This is under the authority of Honoré Goa. This is the ancient peace chief title of the tree that has the furthest reaching branches. That's where the people take shelter. This is the final remaining title in the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy. Truth. Nothing else. So what I want to see is Nardi. As you know, we are not closing because we are still not finished. The law in the Onagordos in its entirety is now complete. The final thing is, or the two final things is the council process to familiarize you with it, to see how it's applied, to see how it works. So tomorrow, clans, you all know the clan system. Imagine, you are white people coming here, you will know more, you already know more about the seating of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy than anybody outside of this yard. You already know the seating. You will come tomorrow and sit in your positions. And tomorrow we will begin to show you how to use your brain. You will be able to use all this information that you got by learning how to use your brain. Tomorrow, because of this, we're not starting at 10. Tomorrow, we're going to start at noon. So it's going to be short. It's not a long day. The council isn't long, but we're going to have to do some other things to get ready. So tomorrow, noontime. And then that's the council for the ceremony. The next day will be the ceremony. So, ayuki years ago, sen hodu, today, this part of the ceremony. Ayuki at again, yeti so to gun on there, not the heads to my gonna go rear at the hawkway. Dam down we are on heads and doesn't stuss it on the ganungri. Dam down we are on heads and a guego on a gordo, go on a rest and a go on a stano, dono, ori wheel, carry what body shoes to the dono, doesn't stuss it. Dam down we, ori we, Gayanda wana, ne gonna go real. Ayuki at again, Ashjat again, Ashjat again, Ayuki at again. Let's help us jot again. There is the time when you're speaking publicly where it is help us all the time. But there is the time where it is help me. Jot again, dam dawe aron hetsera ne gani guri. On the one. Help me to return back into the good mind, to integrate it into every thought, everything that I am confronted with, so that I can fit within the collective, so that the collective will benefit, so that our mother will be able to feel what we're doing, hear what we're doing, see what we're doing, because all of these things have been cut off. You have separated these things where Ma cannot see you. She can't see you. She cannot feel you. She can't hear you. So we work to undo this and to put it back where our mother's heart is softened, where we take away all of the harshness, all of the hard experiences that she has had, and we offer our love to her, to soften her up, to massage her back into her love the way that she is supposed to be. Not that raped woman, but who she is supposed to be. This is what we are. This is what we do. And this is what we ask our ancestors to carry the good mind to help us to return this back into the hearts and minds of all the people. This may take long, but we got nothing else to do. Like we said, we don't care about if you want to come and help out for the weekend or for the day. No. We are looking for people who are willing to commit at least a lifetime of your work, a lifetime commitment to healing Mother Earth. If you have anything less than that, you don't have a place here, nowhere to sit here, no one to talk to, no one to help you. If you are not willing to commit a lifetime, at least, to healing Mother Earth. And that's to tear down all the false beliefs you have previous about what you think you're doing that is helping Mother Earth. You know, we broke through all of those lines. Time to work from the truth. So, we give thanks. Just that we are able to be at this place in time. You have arrived with the full knowledge of the precipice you are at. You are about to die. You can live if you want, but it's not guaranteed. You are about to die. Worldwide water catastrophe, emergency, worldwide. You are about to die. Understand? So understand what our perception is of you. It's not really that you are coming to do good. It's that you've got no choice now. This is how we are managing you. Understand that. You are not coming as equals. If you would have came 500 years ago, you would have came as equals. But now you know. You've destroyed everything. It's finished. It's done. Your time is over. You're not really here under the words that you're saying. You're here because there's no more options for you. This is all the white people. It's the white world. So now you choose the right world and not the white world. That's the only way for you now. And so we hold our hand out in this way. Is it love? Is it too strict for you? We don't care if it's too strict for you. It does not matter. Your opinion, we don't care about it. Live with it. Get used to it. Understand that you are not coming as equals. You've got 500 years to show, to prove that you can be equal. But I do know that for you to sit here and to receive this, what I am telling you, for 20 days, and it's not going to end. I'm going to keep telling you this forever and ever and ever until you arrive. You won't know when you arrive. I'll tell you when you've arrived. Until then, you're going to get this. And you're going to get that. Hurry up. Hurry up. And like was said, when you hear it, you can, if you want, you can stop to question it and say, oh, gee, why do you want me to do this? And the moment you're saying that, you know what I do? I go like this. I walk away from you. There is no debating anything. There is no questioning from your side. I do not care if you don't understand. I don't care if you think you're walking into your death. There is no explanation you will get from us on anything. Quite simply, you will be told, this is what you do now. Do this now. And if you don't do it when it's identified, doesn't mean nothing to me. It will mean something to you, not to me. We are now in this. Everything was identified clear. You see all the signals of this point of evolution that we are at. The turtles showed us. We were just lucky that we were still able to read the signals that creation is sending us. So we are evolving. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? Remember, like we said right from the start, be careful about what you say, because I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. And if you're lying, your feet are going to burn. Dogaten na hoda ya dakse. Air the solid, air the solid, air the solid. Kenya Heavyweights in Joano. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock.
Stuart, will it be filmed the next 2 days?
Tomorrow the council process will. The day of the ceremony, maybe about an hour just to explain the contents and that, but the ceremony itself will not be filmed. Warning right now to anybody during the ceremony, if you have any kind of recording device going on and I find out, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna literally kick your ass if anybody has any kind of recording device going on. Understand that. That's during the ceremony. None of it is to be recorded in any way. So understand that if that happens, you are already gonna be on your way out. See you tomorrow.